Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Simonson motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2446, an act relating to public safety. Simonson moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2446, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with the like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the synthetic drugs bill that we passed off the House with unanimous support a few days back. We've got some significant differences with the Senate, and we do want to go to conference.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the Atkins motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the Senate amendments to the following Senate file. Senate File 693, an act relating to civil action. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. Senate conferees are Dietzig, Metsa, Westrom. Atkins moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses on Senate File 693.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker and members. This is my motion. We've got some details to sort out with respect to the survivorship bill, Senate File 693, so we'd appreciate a conference committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
This is an Atkins motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 2642, an act relating to gambling. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. Senate conferees are Pappas, Eaton, and Chamberlain. Atkins moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with the like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, I really am trying to get along with the Senate, but we got some details to work out with respect to the Allied Charities charitable gambling bill as well. So that's my motion on Senate File 2642. I'd appreciate support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 2546, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2546, an act relating to public safety. Slocum moves that Senate File 2546, House File 2574, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2322. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2322, the first engrossment, an act relating to civil action.
Representative Lesch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate File 2322 is the Human Rights Jury Trial Bill. Members, the Minnesota Constitution states clearly the right to trial by jury shall remain inviolate and shall extend to all cases at law without regard to the amount in controversy. However, Minnesota Statutes 363A33 had previously stated that cases or actions brought pursuant to the chapter shall be heard by a sitting judge. Federal courts have made clear that that is unconstitutional. This bill would correct that problem. It would make clear that both plaintiffs and defendants have the right to a jury trial. Now, on a good note, there are surprisingly few human rights cases in the state of Minnesota. Organizations and businesses have really been doing a great job in cooperation with employees so that they correct these issues ahead of time. And in fact, over 97% of all these cases that are brought do not even go to trial. As such, the Supreme Court has made clear in the fiscal note that there would be zero fiscal impact. So that is another bright part of this. People that came forward to testify on this bill have had experience in the area of human rights violations when they're litigated. And they say that the critical measure of justice is how litigants feel when they lose. And when you lose in front of a judge, there's always a tendency to think that the deck was stacked against you, or peg the characteristics of the judge and say they couldn't understand where you're coming from. But when you lose in front of a jury of your peers, it's hard to feel like you haven't had a fair shot at your say. So, members, I would appreciate your support. I would note, aside from the fact that there was a zero fiscal impact, that the number I would note lawsuit climate by the United States Chamber of Commerce notes already that Minnesota has the 4th best legal climate for business. It has the number 4 ranking in the liability systems survey by the United States Chamber of Commerce, and it ranks number 2 by the United States Chamber of Commerce in jury fairness. So this is a good deal all around, and I'd ask members for a green vote. Stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2322.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 79 ayes and 51 nays, the bill is passed and is title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2423. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2423, the second engrossment, an act relating to public safety.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a bill that addresses the needs of incarcerated pregnant women. I call it the babies bill because it's really about the babies of women who are pregnant while incarcerated. We're taking the Senate language because they heard the bill after we had it in committee and were able to work out some of the details we needed yet to clarify, such as the full agreement of the sheriffs. This bill would help create healthy beginnings for babies born to incarcerated women. Its goal is to improve birth outcomes and promote the child's lifelong health and wellness by providing the mother access to care, treatment, and education. An estimated 4,200 of women and girls arrested each year are pregnant at the time of their arrest. These pregnancies are often unplanned and high risk, compromised by the lack of prenatal care, poor nutrition, domestic violence, mental health, and/or drug or alcohol abuse. We are constitutionally obligated to provide adequate care of inmates, but we have no laws or statewide standards pertaining to the unique needs of pregnant and postpartum inmates. Given the opportunity for these women to receive education and good care, the babies born have a better chance to have good prenatal development, better birth outcomes, and a better chance of having a mother who is a decent caretaker. The Minnesota Organization on Fetal Alcohol Syndrome supports this bill because of the chance to educate pregnant women on the crucial need to avoid alcohol while pregnant. We all know how devastating alcohol can be on the development of the fetus, and hence the life of the baby forever. This is an example of why I call it the babies bill, and there are many things besides alcohol that impact their development. The Department of Corrections supports this bill, as does the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, the ones responsible for the county jails. It's endorsed by the Children's Defense Fund of Minnesota, Minnesota Citizens Concerned for Life, and you're supposed to be receiving a letter from them, the Second Chance Coalition, the Minnesota Better Birth Coalition, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. What does the bill do? It limits the use of restraints on pregnant and postpartum women. Some restraints are a falling hazard for women, and it provides for applicable training to corrections officers. It provides a standard of care, such as testing for pregnancy unless the test is refused. And if pregnant, it provides the opportunity to have STD testing, educational resources, mental health assessment and treatment, and even access to a certified doula at no charge to the facility or the woman. A doula is one who provides emotional and physical support before, during, and after childbirth. And the ISIS Rising Prison Doula Project provides assistance at Shakopee and has had a tremendous success in improving birth outcomes. This bill also sets up an ad hoc work group to discuss additional standards of care for this population. We have the effective date for the Department of Corrections as July of this year, as they are already doing some of this, but we've given the other correctional facilities another year to get up to speed on this. Please vote yes.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 2423. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, first of all, I want to thank Representative Laine for taking the Senate language, which creates an advisory committee that includes the Sheriff's Association and gives county jails extra time to implement the restraint policy for pregnant women. We heard in Public Safety Committee that the Department of Corrections already has a policy on restraints for pregnant women that are incarcerated in Shakopee. The restraint policy may even be better than the ones outlined in this bill. DOC policy doesn't allow for the shackles on the pregnant women, which could cause them to trip and fall and possibly harm the fetus or the baby. The policy doesn't set an arbitrary 3-day limit on post-birth restraints. For there are occasions when women have complications on birth and that could actually take longer before the restraints should be applied, if they should be needed. My amendment deals with the advisory committee that is convened, and I believe it should be convened by the Department of Corrections, who has control over these women at this time. The amendment maintains the presence on the advisory committee for the University of Minnesota Department of Pediatrics, which also should be involved in this, as they have great knowledge on dealing with young children and infants. It also allows for other parties to be part of the committee who are relevant to the subject matter and expertise on this situation, including the Sheriff's Association, which most of the time, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, when a female is about to have a child or is real close to having a child in prison or in the county jail system, the sheriffs furlough those women so they're not in the county facilities, and they come back at a later time when things are better for them to finish their sentence. With this, members, I ask that you support this amendment, as it will give the jurisdiction where is it needed to the Department of Corrections, and it also changes it from may have a committee to shall have, which I believe is important. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Laine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Corrections does not want to convene this. It would be a cost to them if they were mandated to convene this. This is an ad hoc committee to look at further issues. The DOC is not knowledgeable on the development of fetuses and infants, and that's its job is to look at of this ad hoc committee to look at evidence-based care, treatment, and education for these women. The Department of Education, Corrections just want to be a part of it. They don't want to convene it. Dr. Rebecca Schlaffer, a professor of pediatrics at the U of M, has voluntarily agreed to convene it. She's an expert on baby and maternal health care in prison settings. The groups on this list are enough. We don't need to expand the list, but the basic argument here is that the Department of Corrections does not want to convene it, so it would be a cost to them. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Con moving to amend Senate File 2423. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment would require the committee to also study the fiscal and practical implications for a correctional facility to implement policies to, one, either allow an infant to remain with the mother during the mother's incarceration, and two, to allow a mother to breastfeed her infant or express, store, and transport her milk for her infant. This is an issue that I started trying to work on before the session with Senator Katie Sieben, and we really had very little cooperation from the people working on this issue. Let me remember, we're not requiring them to do this. We're just suggesting that they look at it. There are states that do it. There are, I believe, New York and Connecticut both have facilities where they will allow a section for a woman to remain with the baby. I understand that might be a problem because their populations are larger than our populations, but the idea, one of the things now is that women prisoners are very often on Medicaid, and Medicaid is now required to provide a breast pump for nursing mothers. So one of the things, and one of the sad things that can happen, is that a woman can be incarcerated for a very small amount of time, and yet that small amount of time will totally destroy her ability to nurse her child, which is not only has an important bonding function, but also is an important financial issue. I understand that the difference in cost for a breastfed baby and a formula-fed baby is $3,500 a year. Now, whether the woman is paying for this or the state is paying for it, that is a very significant cost difference. Plus, all of what we've learned about the important immunity transfers and so forth for a breastfed baby. All I'm saying, all this amendment says, is that these are issues that they should look at, that they should also study as they're studying these things. It does not require it to happen. And the inability to agree to even look at these issues when you're looking at this whole basic issue is just something I just can't comprehend. So I would like support for my amendment.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Khan yield to a question?
She will. Just one minute. Let me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Khan, in your amendment, how long would the mother be allowed to nurse the child?
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, it doesn't speak to that at all. It just asks them to look at the issue. So that's one of the issues that they would look at. You know, the thing where I think it's most reprehensible is where you have a woman who is being incarcerated for a very short time, and that short time allows no ability for her, even just pumping milk and pumping milk, freezing it, and transporting it out would be one thing. But even just pumping milk and discarding it so that when she gets out, she can continue to pump milk and continue to nurse her baby is something that they can look at. But none of those is specified. I don't want to pretend that I'm an expert on this. I just think that that's an issue that ought to be looked at for incarcerated women.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My main concern there is, and I understand what you're getting at, Representative Kahn, my main concern is, and I'm sure whoever was in charge of this would recognize that probably the prison environment is probably not the best place for an infant. So that's my concern, is the safety of the child in that environment, but I'm sure hopefully that they would take that into consideration.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Kahn, I don't think it would be very fair to accept your amendment after we've defeated another one that expands the duties of this commission or whatever. And also, I hate to sound crass, but if we're going to counsel them on fetal alcohol syndrome and such as this, maybe what you use the word reprehensible, I'd find reprehensible is not planning ahead. The moral of the story is before you go to prison, think about your child and maybe counsel them to lead a lifestyle to keep them out of prison instead of putting the burden on us to take care of them once they get there and the taxpayer. But so that kind of counseling along with the alcohol counseling would be great.
Representative Laine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I agree with Representative Kahn's good ideas about addressing babies and their moms in prison. However, this is an ad hoc advisory group. I don't want to statutorily mandate that they do anything, and she has that the committee shall study this. This is not their job to look at the fiscal and practical implications. This is a group that's going to take us the next step to see what else is possible, step at a time. Right now, we just want to loosen up on restraints and some of the initial testing and get them some resources for education and stuff. This ad hoc group is a group that will just move us the next step. We don't want to mandate them by statute what they have to do. It's not fitting. Please vote no.
Representative Kahn.
Again, we're not mandating them to do anything except look at these subjects while they're looking at the whole issue of a pregnant woman. And one of the parts of the issues of a pregnant woman is a relationship with the child and the ability to form that relationship is really helped by nursing. And one of the things that they may come to exactly what we're trying to say that this is telling them to do, that it's not practical, that there's no way to have a good environment to have the baby there. But then you ask the further question is, particularly for a woman who's incarcerated for a very short time, so you mess up this whole thing for a short period of incarceration when she could have a breast pump and then be able to continue the relationship when she got out of prison. It doesn't require the baby to be brought to the prison. It doesn't require anything except look at these issues while you're looking at the whole issue of pregnant women in prison.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2423.
Third reading. Further discussion on the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Mack votes aye. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1740. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1740, the second engrossment, an act relating to telecommunications.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Last week at the University of Minnesota, or near the campus, a young woman was at knife point, had her smartphone stolen. It would be one thing if that was a rare incident, but unfortunately it's happening not just at the University of Minnesota campus on a regular basis, but in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and across Minnesota and across the country, to the tune of literally 1 out of every 3. This will shock you. 1 out of every 3 robberies in this country right now involves smartphone theft. And in places like Minneapolis and St. Paul, it's more like 40% of every robbery involves theft of a smartphone. On the University of Minnesota campus, or near the campus, we had testimony that 62% of the crimes involve smartphone theft. So working with a number of different stakeholders, we've come up with an effort to adopt a kill switch in Minnesota. And we pressed through over the course of the process here in the House and the Senate, all along asking for the industry to try to address this issue on their own. And eventually, and with great appreciation, the industry launched on April 15th a voluntary commitment of their own, which we appreciate a great deal, that provides that all cell phones, all smartphones, I should say, that are sold here in Minnesota after July 1 of 2015, but also across the country, will come with either a kill switch function already installed on the device, or a free download that's available. Now, why is that important? The reason that's important is because the reason there's so many smartphone thefts across the country and here in Minnesota is because they have a huge value. They can take them and they turn up in China, they turn up in Hong Kong, they can be sold, I used to say, for anywhere from $200, $300, $400, $500 a pop. Now there's reports that they can be sold for upwards of $800 or $900 each. There's a huge market for these abroad. And the law enforcement community tells me that the efforts to carry out these sorts of crimes are becoming more and more organized here in Minnesota. What this does as a result of a kill switch, if you're not familiar with that term, is it allows for the owner of the phone, if their phone is stolen, they can literally go back and from a remote location, their computer, talking to their provider, turn this thing into a brick. It takes all the incentive away to steal this thing in the first place. And with these sorts of crimes becoming more and more violent and more common, the ability to turn this into a brick and create a disincentive, or at least take away the incentive for stealing the device in the first place, is important. This bill has, and I believe there's letters being distributed to you, it's a top priority for the University of Minnesota. You're getting a letter from the City of Minneapolis, from the Council President. You're getting, I believe, a letter from St. Paul. I also wanted to share with you the industry, even though they've now adopted on a voluntary basis some of the same provisions that are in this bill, which basically require for the kill switch to be available by July 1. They still don't like state regulation. They don't want a patchwork approach. I appreciate that. I understand that. In spite of their concerns about that, I nonetheless have a couple of amendments to still try to make them even more comfortable with it, and have had any number of conversations with the industry folks. While they may not be entirely comfortable having a law, it's a belts and suspenders kind of approach, where in addition, just like my teenage daughter, she has a time that she has to come home at night, and nonetheless I still wait up and check to make sure she got home in time. That's what this bill does. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think what I'd like to do is take up the amendments, if we might, and then go through the bill in a little bit more detail once the amendments are on, so that people have a full understanding.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins, moving to amend Senate File 1740 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1223.
Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. This primary amendment, frankly, comes almost in its entirety from the industry folks. The definition of smartphone, we wanted to make sure that we captured exactly what that is. There's also a requirement that there be a report on the accessibility of this function for people with disabilities. And finally, it notes and further demonstrates that the bill doesn't apply to trade-in or rebate programs. Mr. Speaker, there's also an amendment to that amendment that if we can take that up at this time, it just further clarifies the initial amendment.
The amendment to the amendments is actually on the next amendment, Representative Atkins. Okay.
Even better, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So we've got the primary amendment before us. Again, I'm not aware of any opposition to it, and I'd appreciate members' support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate File 1740, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded 1226.
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to temporarily lay the bill over. It appears that we may have taken up the incorrect amendment. We thought we had the correct one with the desk, and I just wanted to make sure that we in fact had the correct version of the amendment before it.
Representative Atkins, being no objection, we'll temporarily lay over the bill. Representative Ward, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I know that we've already talked about this. Last Monday, Representative Zelk and some others from the Iron Range delegation in the 8th District talked about the passing of Congressman Jim Obastar. Today is Congressman Obastar's funeral mass out on the East Coast. And this morning, Representative Mary Murphy Mary Murphy had a memorial service in the Capitol for Congressman Obastar for everybody to attend. It was a wonderful experience where a lot of good memories were shared about a wonderful man. And today, on his funeral day, I don't know how many of you know this. It was in Minneapolis, and thank you, Minneapolis Mayor Betsy Hodges. She declared it Congressman Jim Obastar Day today in Minneapolis. So that's quite a tribute to our 8th Congressional District Congressman to have been recognized down here in Minneapolis, members. But on the day of his burial, members, I would ask you to remember him and his wife Jean and his family in their prayers. And I'm not going to ask for a moment of silence. Instead, members, as you think about this congressman that almost all of us knew, who made such a difference in so many people's lives, who was about being a people person. People were his priority. That was his first priority in life. And life was important to Congressman Obastar. So in that method, in that realm, members, I'm going to ask you to please stand and celebrate Congressman's life with me in a round of applause. Members, would you please do that?
We're going to continue with Senate File 2336. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my eyes were a little bit better, I would have caught that a little bit sooner, Mr. Speaker. We need to, I'd make a motion to reconsider the amendment. I believe it was coded 1223.
Representative Atkins moves to reconsider the adoption of Amendment 1223. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say... All those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Oh, Representative Atkins, can you withdraw 1223?
Mr. Speaker, that was my next comment. I'd like to withdraw the 1223.
Representative Atkins withdraws Amendment 1223. There's another amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate. Atkins moving to amend Senate File 1740. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1226.
Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I actually described the 1226, so you've already heard the explanation, and I appreciate your support for the previous amendment. It was just the wrong that one was before the body. So this one does the smartphone definition, requires a report regarding accessibility for the disabled, and also the bill doesn't then apply to trade-in or rebate programs. I'd appreciate your support for the A14-1226 amendment. There is an amendment to that, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 1740. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1229.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chief Clerk for working with us on this. This just with the industry's assistance, this better defines what the rebate program is relative to the manufacturers that do this. So it clarifies our 1226 amendment. I'd appreciate members' support.
Any discussion of the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the primary amendment. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. So the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1740 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Atkins.
And Mr. Speaker, I spent most of my time, since that's where the amendment was, describing Article 1 of the bill about the kill switch. Senator Dietzick did a fine job. In fact, came up with what I would describe as an ingenious approach to dealing with, on the local market, at the local sites, the secondary sales of these devices, somewhat modeled after, I think it was Representative Mahoney that had the scrap iron bill last year, that would require people to identify the owners of the phones, some of the contact information. It eliminates cash transactions, and it should help stem, according to law enforcement, some of these sales at the local level or resales of stolen goods at the local level. So I'd appreciate support for the bill and for that provision in the bill as well.
Representative Hoppe.
I gave it a third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Atkins, I appreciate your efforts in making the bill more amenable to the people involved. And you handed out the letter from AT&T, and I know we're not supposed to read things, but one of the lines in this letter says that AT&T is voluntarily adopting the smartphone anti-theft voluntary commitment that the industry is coming up with. So I appreciate your efforts to move forward on this, but I think, again, this is legislation that wasn't necessary. I don't know how many other states are doing it. I don't know if anybody's approved it. I think the industry is taking care of it. Nobody's happy about this. I do think that we should be going after the people that are stealing the phones and looking at being more punitive towards the people that are actually committing the crimes. But I think that in spite of your efforts, it's a bill that probably wasn't necessary.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2336. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2336, an act relating to lawful gambling.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this deals with activities that are occurring in bars, specifically if you have electronic gambling devices. As Tom Barrett, the head of the Gambling Control Board, described this bill, he said what it amounts to is don't mess with them and don't take them out of the bar. And that's what the bill does. It's a very brief bill, so I won't read it to you, but it essentially comes down to what Mr. Barrett said, which is you don't mess around and alter these devices, and you don't take them out of the bar, and it applies Minnesota law to that. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's an amendment to that.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate File 2336 as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is quite straightforward, but it better defines or further defines the fact that this is legal and illegal activities that are occurring in bars. Section 340A, you'll see in the amendment, has to do with bars and what can occur legally or not legally within bars. And then there's an amendment, I believe, to that amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 2336 as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A6 amendment is a number of provisions that have been through the body of passed, I believe, unanimously through committee with bipartisan support that impact also impacts what occurs in bars. There's a number of provisions that impact the so-called liquor bill. I'm going to go through, because this is a bit of an extensive amendment, I'm going to go through the items, but there's individual members that were responsible for these items within the amendment. The first provision is a Farm Winery Department of Revenue technical fix. The second one is Representative Anseltz's bill regarding home breweries. Third one is Representative Hoppy's. Third and fourth deal with bulk wine. Section 5 is also Representative Hoppy's bill with regard to micro distilleries. Tap rooms on Sundays would be allowed without having to serve food. So it's Sunday tap rooms. That, I believe, was Representative Swedzinski's bill. Item 7 is Representative Hoppy's further definition with regard to micro distilleries. It's purely technical. Section 8 is the craft brewer's growler refill. This is not Sunday growlers, but it is growler refills, and it says that they may do it. They're not required to do it. That was, I believe, Representative Fitzsimmons, but I think Representative Swedzinski also spoke in support of it. The brew pub growler refill is also Representative Fitzsimmons' bill, and again says that they may do that, but they're not required to refill them. Number 10 is Representative Anseltz's further discussion of his homebrew sampling availability. Section 11 deals with wineries and ups their production from 50,000 gallons to 75,000 gallons. Many of them are starting to approach their cap, and we want these small businesses to continue to grow. They're providing great jobs. They're also bringing a lot of tourists and a lot of money into Minnesota. So this moves their cap up. That's Representative Hoppy's bill, but I saw Representative Cornish give a little fist pump on that, so I think he supports that piece of it. Representative Hoppy also had wine storage off winery property for those folks, and bulk wine and bulk distilled spirit purchasing. Representative Laine's Sacramento wine is Section 14. Representative Clark, bill on behalf of the American Swedish Institute and All People Swedes, and the Minneapolis Institute of Arts multiple vendor license. Section 16 allows restaurants to sell wine with 24% alcohol up from 14%. and also repeals the 60-40 rule that was starting to interfere. I believe that there's a number of restaurants, frankly, that are up against that and literally would have to shut their doors or change their business. One was last year we addressed in, I believe, Representative Paymar's district that was on the border of having to shut down or change their entire operation as a result of it. So we've extended this to Greater Minnesota as well. Section 16, I'm sorry, I just described that. Section 17, Minneapolis provision lets them revoke a license for reasons other than just pure alcohol violation like gang activity. 18 and 19 are Representative Hoppy's bill regarding infused spirits and bulk mixed drinks allowed, as well as beer sampling at liquor stores. Section 21, Brooklyn Park's Wedding Event Center, that's Representative Hortman's bill. Representative Slocum's bill is Section 22 regarding the Richfield Ice Arena. Representative Atkins, this is my only provision in the bill, Mr. Speaker, and it allows for a 2-hour extension during the All-Star game for closing times. Law enforcement has told us during large events in the past that it actually helps with crowd control to do that. Representative Winkler's Golden Valley Golf Course is Section 24. Section 25 is some revisor cleanup instructions, and Section 26 is Representative Leon Lilly's bill. Right now, as you probably are aware, TCF Stadium would no longer be able to serve beer the way they have been if we don't provide for this to occur. So this repeals that sunset and allows them to continue to serve beer at football games on Saturdays. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate members' patience. It is, and this will be the final comment that I'll make on it, this is not my preferred way to have approached this bill. The Senate has made it clear that there's a certain provision, specifically Sunday growlers, that when it came up in the Senate they withdrew the bill. So this is all of the provisions that have proven to be non-controversial. We actually included Sunday growlers in the House file over here, but if we send it over to the Senate with that provision, I don't think they'll take the bill up. So these are all of the non-controversial items that members are carrying on behalf of their districts. I have but one, and 14 or 15 members have various local provisions for them, as well as Representative Lilly's provision for TCF. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd appreciate support for the amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a question?
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from Dakota County, this is being offered as an amendment to an amendment. This is prohibiting any member from the body of being able to offer any amendments to the subject matter in this section. Can you explain why this is being done this way as opposed to just being offered as a simple amendment?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Garofalo. I should have pointed that out in my initial comments. The amendment that I filed at noon, because I did not want to have that be the situation, the amendment that I filed at noon, and I know folks don't really like talking about process, but it referenced 340A on purpose so that all amendments that people might be interested in doing would be available at that time. I don't believe, other than I guess there are two amendments, this one and another regarding powdered alcohol, but no other amendments were filed. But I did want to make sure that people had that opportunity if they opted to go that path.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to members. And I just would Representative Atkins yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, just for precedent's sake for going forward in future legislative sessions, do you think that an amendment to the amendment used by the majority is an appropriate way to attach this legislation for future issues that we may see going forward?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Garofalo. As I indicated, this was not my preferred route. I wanted to bring up just the liquor bill. And last year we had amendments offered and we voted on various provisions, and we did the same thing the previous year and the previous year before that. So it's not my preferred route. I did talk with people like Representative Swedzinski last night, Representative Hoppy, and others in the minority. Is it my preferred route? No. But I did do the best that I can with the cards that were dealt.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, I've had the opportunity to serve both in the majority and the minority in this body, and the majority party has many tools available to them to limit amendments and to limit discussion, whether it is the germaneness rulings, whether it is budget resolutions. The majority party of either caucus has sufficient authority to do that. But now with the rules that have been implemented in this House, you are now prohibiting people from offering amendments by using an amendment to an amendment. I don't even have subject matter I want to put onto this. But the fact of the matter is members of this body are now being having their right to offer an amendment and speak on their constituents' behalf. That's being eliminated. It's a bad idea, and I would just bring members' attention, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and you may want to consider how this affects future legislative action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have the same concerns as Representative Garofalo, and I just learned about this morning. And for those of you that may not have read this amendment to the amendment or followed this process, and I know process can be kind of cumbersome sometimes, but as Representative Garofalo, I think, has articulated fairly well, our rules provide that at this point, given the way that this has been amended, that not a single member of this House can provide an amendment to the liquor bill. Not a single member of the House can provide an amendment for what is in the liquor bill, which is the amendment to the amendment before us. So if you have an issue in your district, in your constituents, would like to have an amendment to the liquor bill or have that discussion, we cannot have it now because of the way that this has been delivered to the House. And members, I don't even believe that this is germane. Now, this author of the bill mentioned that there's a reference to Chapter 340A, and I see it in the Bridge Amendment. But that is not a section of the bill. That is not a subject matter of the bill. It's merely a reference. And those people in Minnesota that we've been having the discussion about whether or not we should have Sunday liquor sales, or whether you'd like to have some of the growler adjustments that people have been talking about, or any of those, I'm not talking about us actually necessarily even passing those, which certainly I would like to, but we cannot even have the discussion. Minnesotans cannot even be represented in a discussion around a liquor bill unless you are in the committee, because of the way that this has been done. I think that's an injustice, members, to our ability to represent our constituents, regardless of where we're at on any of the proposed amendments that might come before us with a liquor bill. But obviously this has been brought forward in a way, whether by design or not, that limits our ability to represent our constituencies. And I'm very disappointed. Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rules, House Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. Mr. Speaker, the Bridge Amendment upon which this amendment to the amendment is being brought merely provides a reference to Chapter 340A. It does not provide for amending anything in the chapter or any subject matter around it, only merely a reference. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to find the point well taken.
I am going to defer ruling on that point of order and turn it over to the body. So the question before the body is the judgment of the body that the point of order is well taken? A yes vote would mean that the point of order is well taken. A red vote means the point of order is not well taken. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. Advice for the body. Members, as I noted, this is not my preferred route. However, it is an appropriate one. The bill itself deals with activities that occur both legal and illegal within bars. Just to make sure that it was even more appropriate, we called out the exact section, Section 348, in the primary amendment to ensure that folks had notice, that they understood that this was impacting Minnesota's liquor laws, which are all codified within Section 340A. Folks had an opportunity at that point, if they wanted to amend 340 or offer amendments to that amendment. But in all of the items contained, basically members' bills contained within the liquor omnibus, all relate to Section 348. With that, I would appreciate your support for my side of the equation. I guess I'd appreciate your opposing Representative Drazkowski's point of order.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've had many debates on this floor about having amendments offered to health care bills on MNsure, and each one of those have been ruled not germane. Here we have a situation where we have a gambling bill and they're wanting to tack on liquor. Two separate subjects. If the application does not apply that MNsure is not germane to a health bill, I would argue that liquor is not germane to a gambling bill. So I'd ask for your support in ruling this not germane.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Under, not only is it not germane under 3.21 of our very own rules, also under Section 402 of Mason's amendments must be germane. It's very clear. 402.3 to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. It may entirely change the effect or be in conflict, but it has to at least relate to the same subject. So the amendment is not germane, and also the amendment to the amendment that we're on is not germane. Under Mason's Section 402.5, an amendment to an amendment must be germane to the subject of the amendment as well as to the main question. There is absolutely no room for question here. The main bill is under Chapter 609, and it's lawful gambling. Neither the amendment nor the amendment to the amendment relates to Chapter 609. I don't think anybody could with a straight face make the argument that gambling and alcohol are the same thing. Members, therefore I ask you to find the point of order that Representative Drazkowski made well taken. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, if you could clarify which the vote is, if you want to vote with the Drazkowski motion.
I will do that right before we take the vote, but that's good advice. Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Yesterday we had before us, the gambling bill, and this morning we wake up and all of a sudden it's become the liquor bill. No time to discuss anything. No opportunity for our constituents to weigh in on the amendment. They don't go together. And time again, under Democrat leadership the entire year, you have been doing these kinds of things. This is wrong. This is not the way to do business. The liquor bill should come before this body as its own bill. And we're supposed to be dealing with a gambling issue. You're depriving our constituents any say at all. We have to take it or leave it. This liquor amendment. We have to take it or leave it. You're shoving it down everybody's throat. That's the way this is. That's the way it's perceived. And the people out there understand this. This is not the way to run this organization. And Democrats, you're in control. And I recommend follow Representative Drazkowski.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I don't know when I'll give my last speech on germaneness, but this might be one of them. And Mr. Speaker, I advise the body to find that the point of order is not well taken. And the reason is, we're here to vote on stuff. Mr. Speaker, I disagreed with your rulings on so many of these germaneness rulings on MNsure and the others, where the bill was clearly germane to the topic. And not going to question your motives, but it would seem to me that some people didn't want to vote on some of those questions and discuss those very, very important topics. Is this like one of the ugliest amendments ever to be stuck into a bill? Holy cow. But I do remember back a ways, Mr. Speaker, and to the body, there was some bill about carnivals or something, a bridge to another amendment that was controversial. And but so the idea, maybe this will bring back the concept of bridge amendment, Mr. Speaker, back to how it was. And so where we actually could have a topic in a bill, not just the section 52B.0071 and not 0072, but actually to come here and debate the topics that people came to have us to debate. We've not been allowed to debate Sunday growler sales. Apparently that's too bad. We've not been allowed to debate insure and the what's happened to that and the people who have lost their insurance and how we might fix it. But it seems to me just how it's going that we should certainly debate at least this amendment, and some people actually care about what goes forward in this bill. But if only to establish a precedent, Mr. Speaker, that the body, if they accept this, will tell the Speaker, yeah, we want to vote on stuff. We want to have a chance to come and do our right that our citizens have sent us here to do. So members, I urge you, in the name of future good debate, to vote to find that the point of order is not well taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I don't think anyone here is arguing that this is the best possible process, and I think all of us can agree on what I'm about to say. Let's blame the Senate. We had a perfectly good liquor bill. We sent it over. The Senate put a provision on. It got tabled in the Senate. I don't think anyone is arguing that this is perfect, but the bill that Representative Atkins has brought before us as an amendment and an amendment to an amendment doesn't have anything in it that's controversial. It might not be good process, but we're at the end of the legislative session. We need to try to get a liquor bill passed that, again, is full of non-controversial projects, bills from members on both sides of the aisle, nothing in there that anybody would be necessarily opposed to. I have several provisions in that bill. Most of them are not the way that they were introduced. If I had my way, or if Representative Atkins had his way, we would certainly have a different liquor bill in front of us today. I would have had more robust provisions for the distilleries, for the farm wineries. We would have done a number of things differently. But that's not the world that we're living in. If we want to pass a liquor bill, I think this is a good way to do it. I'm not going to argue that the process is good, but I think the end result probably justifies the means, at least in this case. Members, I'd appreciate the support of this bill, and with all due respect to my good friend Representative Drazkowski, I would urge members to vote no on the Drazkowski motion to find this not germane.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, I have to make it bipartisan on both sides now, since Representative Abler did that on your side. I'm going to vote with Representative Drazkowski. Shocking, isn't it? I'm going to vote with him. You know, I don't like this process. I do think that it's, you know, this issue, this idea that it's okay to have this amendment on here because these are non-controversial issues. Well, I'm sure that members who have a provision in here quite rightly want their provision to stay in and go on and be passed into law. But I think that this is not the right way to do this, and I guess that I'm coming at this too with the Sunday liquor issue, which, as this body knows, that Representative Drazkowski and I agree on that issue. And even though it's controversial, what we're seeing is that a small group of people are controlling that issue and keeping it from coming up on the floor and having a real debate. And I don't like that process. And I don't think that when the body votes on germaneness, I don't think we're really setting a precedent here. I don't think that it sets a precedent the same way that the Speaker does when he makes rulings from the chair. So I'm going to vote with Representative Drazkowski, and just wanted to let you all know that.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask you find the point not well taken. Representative Atkins has worked with me and others to a number of provisions in there, bent over backwards to form it just right so it would fit, and it was in and out, and we finally got it accomplished, and I'd hate to lose it. And thank you for turning it over to the body. Sometimes we can't go by the letter of the law. We have to go with common sense and best for the people, and I think it's best for the voters if we pass this thing. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, frankly, my advice is to do what you think is the appropriate for the rules. Obey the rules, etc. It should be blind to what you care about the amendment, but just on how the rule is. Is it germane or not? So vote what's appropriate.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can you remind the body what a green vote and a red vote are on this motion?
I will right before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for throwing this to the body to decide. First of all, just from a marketing perspective, to my friends in the majority party, just don't think of it as the Drazkowski motion. I know that might... just think of it... Think of it as a discussion about the rules and germanes, just from a marketing perspective. But, Mr. Speaker, members, this is the way I think each member should vote on this. If you were in the minority party, how would you want to be treated? Whether it's germane or not, there's a wide latitude in discussion on that. If you were in the minority, if the Republicans were in the majority, and you were in the minority, would you want us doing this to you on other subject matter in other bills? And I think the fair answer on that is no. You would not want that. Mr. Speaker, members, I would ask that you please vote red?
Yes. You want
red.
Green, I think.
Red.
You want to support Drazkowski?
Yeah, well, it's not Drazkowski. It's a germane motion, Mr. Speaker. It's
so you'd want to vote Green?
So
to support the motion?
I want to support... Okay, so vote Green then. Again, and just for precedent's sake, and just to keep this in mind, because things change around here. And you don't want to be on the other side of this coin sometime in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, okay. So, to remind the body, is it the judgment of the body that the point of order is well taken? So a green vote would mean the point of order is well taken. A red vote means the point of order is not well taken. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Dabney votes, changes from no to aye. Radinovich changes from no to aye. Metsa changes from no to aye. There being 65 ayes and 66 nays, the point of order is found to be not well taken.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I think you did your math wrong on that. There was Dabney, Hornstein, Metsa. There was a fourth one.
Representative Hornstein sat down, I think.
Oh, you changed his mind. Okay, he changed again. Oh, sorry.
Amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for entertaining that point of order. Mr. Speaker, I would move to, in the spirit of allowing the people of Minnesota to actually have some input into the liquor bill, I would move to suspend Rule 3.33, amendments must be pre-filed, Mr. Speaker, which would allow every member of this House the ability to provide amendments to this bill.
But you can just suspend a particular rule. So the motion before the body is the suspension of Rule 3.33 for this bill. Any discussion?
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Atkins.
When I see that you've apprised yourself of Rule 3.33, I just wanted to remind the body that the initial amendment was filed at noon, and all of the potential amendments were available there. Also, in terms of hearing on the bill, all of the provisions in the bill did receive a full hearing and support of the Commerce Committee on a bipartisan basis. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I think I know what the amendment is that Representative Drazkowski wants to offer, and I guess that I wish he wouldn't offer it, I like what Representative Atkins has done with the bill. I spoke against Representative Drazkowski a minute ago, but I think in this one narrow case, members, we could suspend the rules and allow people to have the vote on the amendment that they want to have without taking a lot of time. Get the amendment up, vote on it, and then proceed on the bill, hopefully as it's unamended. And members, that is my advice to the body. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Or on the motion, excuse me. And just members, again, the motion is to suspend Rule 3.33. Does 90 count? The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. We are on the Atkins amendment to the amendment. Further discussion on that amendment. Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, I just request a roll call on the underlying amendment, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 114 ayes and 16 nays, the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend this amendment to Senate File 2336 as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker and members, I appreciate your indulgence for the less preferred route on the last amendment. That, again, was not my first option of how to proceed with the liquor omnibus bill. In light of the discussion on the last amendment, I withdraw this amendment, Mr. Speaker. This amendment to the amendment, I should say.
Representative Atkins withdraws the amendment to the amendment. We are on the Atkins amendment. The Atkins amendment as amended. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2336 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 120 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2192. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment, an act relating to the environment.
Representative Hortman, I see there's a DEA amendment. Would you like to take that up? The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 2542, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 2542.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The First Amendment just deletes the Senate file and inserts the House language. This is a bill about mercury and lead and moving the marketplace towards replacement products where there are replacement products available. Both mercury and lead are neurotoxins, and so where there is an acceptable substitute, the object of the bill is to move those neurotoxins out of the marketplace and move substitutes into the marketplace. I would ask for your support on the DE amendment to put in the House language.
Any discussion of that amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Do you want to go to the amendments, Representative Hortman? There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 292.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. While this bill was going through the process, the Pollution Control Agency worked with folks who had objections. Among those folks included the Iron Mining Association and the National Electrical Manufacturers Association. And the 14292 amendment is to address some of the concerns raised by those groups. And in resolving the language this way, the National Electrical Manufacturers Association gets to a position of support for the bill. So I'd ask for your support for the compromise language in the 292 amendment.
Any discussion to the amendment? Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the author yield to a question, please?
She will. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I like your bill, but I do have a question on the 292 amendment. And as I'm looking at the amendment here, I'm looking at the first page of the amendment down on line 1.12, where we're defining a qualified contractor. Can you explain to me why we're excluding contractors who are located in an area outside of an urban area?
Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker and members, I believe the intent of that section is to restrict the number of contractors who have to comply with the provision, so that there's a subset of contractors who would not have to comply with the provision because they're small enough that they shouldn't fall in the reach of the law.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will she yield to another question?
She will. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I think I understand that. On the line above that, on line 1.11, it talks about qualified contractor who employs 7 or more technicians or installers. Does that seem to line up with your last explanation?
Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for further explanation on that. So if we could maybe set aside this amendment and take up a different amendment, we can get Representative Simonson an answer.
Representative Hortman temporarily withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 293.
Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment actually just puts into our statutes what's already going on at the PCA. Basically what it's doing is just trying to get fair treatment and meaningful involvement in all decisions by all Minnesotans, not just a few. And so right now there are many places where they are overburdened hugely by the biggest problem in this state in overburdened communities is lead. And then some of the communities really have enormous problems with overburden of mercury and then a few other chemicals. And the PCA is recognizing that this hasn't been done in the historical past, and so they're trying to create a policy where we're fair to everyone, and basically this is just a non-discrimination policy for the state.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Division's been requested. Those voting aye, please stand. Those voting no, please rise. There being 57 ayes and 55 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lawful moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 294.
Representative Lawful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would ban the sale of cleaning products, including triclosan, starting in 2016 only on the retail market. This takes into account the concerns raised by many people in the earlier discussion and protects our Minnesota businesses that sell to other businesses. And with that, I'd urge your support. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend the Lawful amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've probably used up my oxygen on the floor today, but I will do my best to explain this quickly. This is the same amendment, folks, that was brought the other day that would ban a product here in Minnesota that didn't go through the hearing process fully. That being said, as in visiting with some of those, as best I could, everybody that would be impacted by this, we discovered that we think they can live within the small changes that are proposed in the A8 amendment, and that is to limit it to adding the words to consumers, just to clarify what I think Representative Loeffler is already attempting to do, and then add through the end of 2016. So we changed the 2016 effective date to 2017. Representative Loeffler and I, when we spoke yesterday, even she acknowledged, as have others, they've said perhaps they can comply with this by 2016. I think her amendment says January 1, 2016. It may well take them through the end of 2016. So this changes the effective date to 2017. And with that, I'd appreciate member support.
Representative, or any further discussion? Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. I would encourage members to vote yes. It's a positive step, and it is a good amendment. Thank you, Representative Atkins.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the Loeffler amendment. Any further discussion to that amendment? Representative McNamara.
Mr. Speaker, I think I will speak on this amendment just to clarify for folks. This amendment will ban triclosan, but it's out to 2017. That seems to be a reasonable solution. It allows the manufacturers to work on, gives an exemption for the two areas I was most worried about, the restaurants and medical, and consumers are coming more and more aware of it. So members, I would encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 101 ayes and 29 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McNamara, moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 291.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I have an amendment to the amendment. Maybe I could just speak to that if that's okay.
Well, why don't we just introduce the amendment to the amendment? Does that work? We'll put the amendment, the clerk will report the amendment.
McNamara moving to amend his amendment to File 2192 as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
No, Representative McNamara.
This amendment would change the delay from 1 year to 6 months, and it would match up with the Senate. And I believe Representative Hortman, the author of the bill, supports my amendment.
Mr. Speaker, on the
Representative Hortman.
McNamara amendment to the amendment, I support it, and then I support the McNamara amendment as amended. What it does is it pushes out the date, the effective date for the statute on replacing lead weights in wheels. It gives the industry a little bit more time to turn to an alternate before the statute affects them. And I appreciate Representative McNamara's efforts to compromise on this with the PCA and working with the automotive dealers. So I'd encourage a yes vote.
No further discussion. discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We're now on the McNamara amendment as amended. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2192 as amended. As follows, the amendment is coded A3.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And frankly, we have many programs to cover hazardous materials that get introduced into the environment, and recycling and reclaiming, etc. And as we start to move forward in the renewables, we need to look at those materials that we may, as a byproduct, introduce into the environment. And so this is a solar, basically it's a solar panel stewardship program to try and look at appropriately looking at the total life use of these, and then the final end of life appropriate disposal, reclaiming, etc. Because there are elements that we don't want in the environment. Now, I know that this actually needs to go through a strong committee debate and work, but it's important enough, and it's relational to this bill, that we stop and think, what have we left out of this bill that we need to cover? So I will pull this amendment, but I will hope that you will keep in your mind what is going on outside of being covered in this bill. We have to be proactive in thinking ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Quam withdrew his amendment. There isn't.
He withdrew it? Yeah.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hortman.
I still have my technical amendment, and we found the answer for Representative Simonson.
Right. The clerk will report the 292 amendment.
Hortman moving to amend Senate File 2192, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 292.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Simonson, during the time that we had to talk about triclosan and environmental justice, I looked carefully at the 292 amendment to see why it is we're defining the term qualified contractor at all. And the only place that I can see we use the term qualified contractor is where we allow a qualified contractor to serve as a collection site for used mercury thermostats if they so choose. And the way it appears here in the amendment, I think the thinking is in the metropolitan area that the wholesalers and the retailers will take care of it, but in greater Minnesota there must be a qualified contractor somewhere who would like to do this, and we've drafted some language to allow them. In the original language in the bill, it only allowed the manufacturer to set up collection sites, and this allows other entities to serve voluntarily as collection sites.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hortman. That explanation makes very good sense. And my final question, Mr. Speaker, she will yield.
She will yield. Representative Simonson.
Representative Hortman, can you just explain to the body about what will happen at these collection sites outside of the urban area, just to ensure that the end result is that the mercury gets disposed of in a similar fashion as they would within the urban area?
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And ultimately, the manufacturer is responsible to collect these thermostats. So these programs would have to be operated in conjunction with the manufacturer. And I am fairly certain, because of the results that the manufacturers already are undertaking in this area, they have a nonprofit and they do this a lot, that their involvement will ensure that the material is properly handled, because otherwise they would have liability issues under the statute.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Now the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2192 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Representative Hortman.
It's a good bill. Please vote for it.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Do we have an extra?
What? Clerk will close the roll. There being 92 ayes and 38 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 511. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 511, the third engrossment, an act relating to health.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate File 511 is the Advanced Practice Registered Nurse Bill. I would be very surprised if there is a single member of this body who hasn't had some sort of contact on this bill from an advocate on one side or the other of this issue. We've had quite an arduous process to get to where we are today. Our goal here is to remove a barrier. Not expand the scope of practice. We're not changing the authority to do skills or techniques. We're not changing the schooling. We're not changing anything that isn't already currently in law, minus the idea that if I'm an advanced practice registered nurse and I'm working in a clinic setting, say up in Representative Fabian's district, and I move in to help this doctor, I have to have a prescriptive agreement and a collaborative management agreement. One of the things that we're looking to do is increase access to health care with this bill. If that doctor decides to retire, passes away, or just leaves town, this person that decided to settle their family in your community, who is an extremely highly trained professional, will now be without work until we can find someone else for them to have that collaborative management agreement. This bill doesn't say that we shouldn't have collaboration in healthcare, because I believe we all know that should be the case.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The most controversial piece of the legislation that I think pretty much everybody has heard the most noise about was related to the interventional pain management. So on April 30th, the Minnesota Medical Association, Minnesota Society of Anesthesiology and Interventional Pain Management Physicians agreed that the language creates a status quo for CRNAs performing chronic pain management. With the language that's in the bill before you today, the physicians have dropped their active opposition to the bill. I think with much legislation that comes through our body, both sides don't end up super happy or super mad. And I think today we're not going to find people going, yay, thanks for doing this on both sides in an excessive manner. But both sides have accepted that this is as close as we're going to get and be happy. Senate File 511, I worked very closely with Senator Sharon to be able to get a bill before this body that had comfort for everyone involved on the advocacy groups. And I realize we're not the Senate, but we did work closely, and this bill passed without any opposition in the Senate on May 1st. Madam Speaker, there'll be a handout coming around with letters of support, a note from the Minnesota Nurses Association showing their support and also noting that this is a vote that they intend to score. You'll note that there are several other organizations, including the Minnesota National AARP, letters from Hennepin County Medical Center, Health Partners. I know there are several amendments to the bill today, and I know that we haven't made every single member in this particular body satisfied. But what is important to note is that we've worked aggressively with the advocates on both sides of this issue to get to a point today where they have dropped active opposition. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll wait for the amendments and stand for questions.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schoen moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
Representative Schoen.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, that amendment was to be withdrawn.
Representative Schoen withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a question for Representative Schoen, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Norton.
Thank you. Representative Schoen, could you explain to me, I didn't have the benefit of hearing this bill in any of the committees, and as you know, I come from a community that has lots of RNs, lots of APRNs, lots of physicians, lots of allied health folks. And so I'm looking at this for the first time, and I'm wanting to know if an RN, a registered nurse, needs a two years or 4 years currently in law to get their degree, their RN.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, they would absolutely start out with a baccalaureate degree, and it's extremely common for master's and PhD level education in this.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so the amendment that I had before you was to add that prior to applying for the APRN, that someone with a registered nursing degree had a 4-year bachelor degree, which I just heard you say is true. I believe because I believe my amendment will be inappropriate because I did not add the master's level possibility for a nurse, and so I think I'm going to have to withdraw this. But the question, and maybe you can just answer this for me, Representative Schoen, are there 2-year RNs currently practicing in the state of Minnesota?
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, Representative Norton, yes, there are 2-year registered nurses that practice in the state of Minnesota as a registered nurse, but not as an advanced practice registered nurse.
Representative Norton.
And so, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, can a 2-year registered nurse practicing in the state of Minnesota, under the bill as you've written it, go on to get an APRN?
Representative Schoen.
If they finish their bachelor's, or I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, Representative Norton, they would have to follow through the procedure just like anybody else. But no, you cannot go from a 2-year associate's degree into an advanced practice registered nurse program. Representative Norton.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, and that's what I was trying to get to in this amendment. But since I've left out the master's program, I'm going to withdraw, Madam Chair. I'd like to withdraw the A1.
Representative Norton withdraws her amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, members, many of you know that I have been extremely skeptical of what the APRNs have wanted to do here over a period of time. But there are two things on which I did agree with them really from the beginning. One is that there are two requirements currently in law for APRNs. One is that they work under a collaborative agreement with a physician. That's part of the definition of what they do. And the second is that they have a written prescribing agreement to be able to prescribe medications. The bill is getting rid of that for the most part, and I support that. Because those things impose some barriers, kind of what Representative Schoen mentioned, that the situation, for example, where the doctor would die or leave practice and then the APRN would be unable to continue. But there are still collaborative agreements in the bill in a couple of places, and all this amendment is doing is asking that those collaborative agreements be in writing. So it's not the end of the world if you don't want to support this amendment. But I just think that where we have in these couple of instances where we're still requiring collaborative agreements in the bill, and this isn't, by the way, making something more onerous that's in current law, because this is really, at least in one of these cases, it's kind of a new thing that's being put in this bill, which I'll talk about a little later. But all I'm asking to do in this amendment is make sure that these agreements are in writing. It doesn't say how they have to be written or anything like that, but just so there's no misunderstanding, when you say you need an agreement, that everybody knows what the agreement is. So I would appreciate your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And respectfully, I would ask your opposition to this amendment. And we do cover that for the provisions in the bill. However, in current state statute for APRNs that have been operating safely in our state for decades, the language that you have inserted here is not in statute in that manner, and I don't see any reason that we would do that today, and it would actually be seen as taking us aback just a bit. But please vote no.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Madam Speaker and members, originally I was opposed to this bill, the way it was originally written. And what we're going to see this afternoon is a whole bunch of amendments to it. I have sort of gone the same way as a lot of groups. I've gone from being opposed to not being opposed. And there has been an agreement reached by the parties. And all these amendments that are coming up were not part of that agreement, so I would urge you to vote no on all the coming amendments.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, I need to respond to that because it's, of course, talks about the fact that we're bringing, or that I'm bringing, and Representative Norton is bringing a number of amendments to the bill. When we have legislation here in the Minnesota legislature, often we have parties coming and bringing it and arguing among themselves, but it is you and I, members, who need to make the decisions here, because this is not about what the parties want. This is about what is good for the state of Minnesota. And so the idea that we would just vote no on amendments because the parties are happy with something, or in this case it would be more accurate to say that the parties don't oppose this, because the physician groups are neutral on this. I haven't seen or heard anything that says, yes, we support it, and I don't see a letter on our desks that says that either. So I think it is up to us to make sure that what we do in Minnesota for our health system, for our Minnesota patients, and even for our practitioners, that we carefully consider these issues to the best of our ability. And so, on this amendment, this particular one we're considering, The A2, not the end of the world. You can vote yes or no. I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference either way. But some of the amendments I'm bringing are, I think, more important and more substantive, and we'll talk about them when we get there. But I hope that you'll seriously consider each of these, because this is really about what's going to happen to patients in your district and what's going to happen to our system as we move forward. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Levine, welcome to my world, begging people to pay attention to the matters at hand. And I'm sure everybody's eagerly involved always. And so that's redundant to say that, of course, because we're all so engaged. But just to echo what Representative Huntley said, we started actually at different ends of this, he and I. I'm a co-author on the original bill. And I've been watching the maturation of the advanced practice registered nurse practice over my entire career here. It's come a long ways, Madam Speaker, and Minnesota's a leader in how we've implemented these advanced practice nurses, and they're doing awesome. They are a key part of our health delivery system. And this bill has gone from all-out, just total conflagration and deep, deep division and huge passion on both sides where people were not listening very well, and Representative Schoen has done a really good job along with the advocates in the Senate to bring them all together on a project that actually is going to advance both the practice of nursing, protect the practice of anesthesia, and advance healthcare in Minnesota. And so members should read every amendment that's brought forward. It's the right of a member to bring everything forward. Just to avoid talking all these, I plan to vote no on all the amendments, having considered them all and been a part of the dialogue. But this is, at the end, I think the anesthesiologists should feel comforted on behalf of their patients, because some of the more extreme pain intervention procedures that they feared would be taken over by the registered nurse anesthetists are not going to be changing beyond their current scope. But there will be some work going forward to analyze how much is being done by nurse anesthetists, because in many parts of the state, that's all who's out there. And so, members, I think at the end of the day, however you vote on the amendments and whatever the final status is, it's going to be a good bill, and you can feel comfortable voting for it. I do have a question for third reading, but I'll hold that for now. But I just want to thank the author for his work. And this thing finally matured into a product that is a really, really good product. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Look at that.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 18 ayes and 110 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, again, members, I didn't have an opportunity to have this bill heard and get any questions answered before, so the only thing I had was the bill to read last night. I went through it, or night before last, and I was concerned on line 4.26 in the bill where it says the scope and practice standards of an advanced practice registered nurse are defined by the National Professional Nursing Standards. And members, I guess I'm hoping that we're not, and maybe the author can help me understand that we're not abdicating our local state authority for scope and practice by accepting a national standard. And so what I have done in my amendment, members, is just say that the scope and practice shall be established by the board based on the nursing board based on the recommendations from the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Council. So I was trying to keep it local and not have it be national standards. And I guess I would ask the Representative Schoen, the author of the bill, to help me understand this if I'm not understanding it correctly, but otherwise I'm hoping this amendment keeps the control local.
He will yield. Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Norton and members. The amendment deviates from what we do in the state to determine standards and scope of professional groups. And so locally the Board of Nursing and those folks are not abdicated of responsibility, but this is how they select their standards and training is through a national standard, and this is common practice throughout state and their professional groups. So the amendment actually, I'm sorry to say, I'd have to ask a no vote on the amendment, and I'd request a roll call.
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Norton. Okay. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, members, I hope that the last roll call vote isn't just the way that this is going to go, because this particular amendment is about whether we set standards here in the state of Minnesota or turn them over to a national group. That's what this amendment is about. Now, if we adopt the Norton Amendment, the Board of Nursing can still say they can still look to some guideline from outside the state to set the scope. But what the bill is doing right now is, in law, it's saying our scope is set by whatever that outside group wants to do. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that is our practice in the state. Now, granted, we don't always differ that much from other states on what a scope might be, but the states do have differences. And I think that it's only right that we keep in law that our scope is set by our people here, so that if that national group changes something, our Board of Nursing can decide whether to follow that or not. So I would urge you to support the Norton Amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will... Oh, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And basically, I'm proud of Minnesota. We've been innovative, we've been creative, and we've done a better job than the rest of the nation with providing health care and options and services to our people in the state. And frankly, even though I don't always see the same as the two members that spoke previously, giving the option to allow Minnesota creativity to be responsive to our citizens is a reasonable one. And as was stated, there's nothing keeping this board, which is closely tied to the members in the state doing this practice, to have that option of taking the standards nationally and making them Minnesotan specific where it needs to be. So I'm going to vote green on this measure.
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, I continue to oppose this. This is national standards based on input from national APRN educational practice and certification experts, and are also based on evidence from research. So please vote no.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just let this go to a vote in a moment. But I've had the opportunity to speak with people from the National APRN Board, and in fact, they are moving across the country and having their APRN standards put in all the states. That is what they're doing. It's not unusual. I will agree that there are efforts from national organizations to have uniform standards put in place across the country. this state has always had a licensing board, not always, I'm sorry, for my first 4 years here had a licensing committee. Cy Tao was the chair of that committee, and we spent hour upon hour upon hour hearing just licensing bills the whole year. It was hard work. I've always said it was the most miserable committee I served on because it was such hard work and took such long hours, and frankly, you are talking about people's scope of practice in that committee every day, changing. When you expand one person's scope of practice, you are diminishing another's. And we spent, I can't tell you how many hours doing just that. And we took the job very seriously. I took the job very seriously. I think Patty Fritz might have been on that committee, but I think most of the rest of the people, at least on our side of the aisle, are gone now. But it was a lot of work. And in that committee, we decided scope of practice all the time. That's what we did. And so I'm just really concerned about abdicating that and saying it's okay for a national group to determine scopes of practice without having the Minnesota touch. So members, I'm just asking that this keep a Minnesota flavor and would appreciate a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 81 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, well, we did better on that one. So let's see, maybe we can do even better on this next one. So, members, one of the things that this bill is doing, which is something that I frankly had advocated for, and I'm happy with it in part, is that it now, since we're removing from the APRNs the requirement that they have that they work in collaboration or that they have a written prescribing agreement, the bill puts in a new provision requiring that before they can do those things independently, go and practice independently, that they have to work for a period of time in a collaborative environment. So, as you know, physicians who are trained in the state don't just leave medical school and go into practice. And the thinking was, or at least my thinking was, neither should advanced practice nurses just leave school and go right into practice, that everybody needs to work in a situation where they get more training, if you will. What we're not doing is this bill is not requiring APRNs to have more training. All it's doing is having them work in an environment where they're in collaboration with other health professionals. So if you look at the bill says they have to work in that collaborative environment, but then it says they have to have a collaborative agreement, a mutually agreed upon plan for the overall working relationship with the nurse practitioner or nurse specialist and one or more physicians or one or more advanced practice nurses. So in other words, we're putting in what I think is a minimal requirement to work in this collaborative setting for at least a year, as the bill is now. And we're saying that in that environment, your collaboration can be with another APRN, not even a physician. So what my amendment is doing is saying, wait a minute, that 1 year that you're required to do should at least be with a physician. Now, I want to clarify something, and I know this bill and this whole topic is very confusing. The piece about pain medicine and about the certified registered nurse anesthetist, that's completely separate from the discussion we're having now. That section is resolved, and I'm pretty happy with the language. So none of my amendments, besides one we already did, the rest of my amendments have nothing to do with that section, okay? We're talking about the other APRNs who are now, under this bill, going to go out and be able to practice independently, pretty much as though they were physicians, okay? So all I'm doing with this amendment is saying in that 1 year that the bill is requiring, they at least have to be in collaboration with a physician. If you don't want to require that, how in the world are you going to know that those who go out into practice know how to collaborate with physicians? We all say, yeah, we should have a system where health practitioners collaborate, and then we're going to say, well, it's okay if you only work with an APRN and you don't collaborate with a physician during that short time. So members, I think this is just kind of a basic, fundamental idea. It's not onerous. It just says you got to at least work with a physician for a year before you can just go out and hang your shingle.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'll try to be as brief as I can. When you're an advanced practice registered nurse, you start out as a registered nurse and you're working in the field with doctors, nurses, aides in the hospital or clinic or wherever you may be working. When you move on to the advanced practice registered nurse training, you continue to work in that setting, in those collaborative arrangements. The amendment says that once you get into your field, you should still work with a doctor for a year. We did agree that it was good to have another health practitioner of at least equal to be in those 2,080 hours. However, if that takes 2 years to do 2,080 hours, that's what it is. However, to say that they would only be able to do it with a physician, because I think it's important to point out, you're not going to find an advanced practice registered nurse to come in and tell you that she or he is a medical doctor. They're not. The advanced practice registered nurse is taking care of patients at the top of the training on their license. If I were to be an advanced practice registered nurse working with another advanced practice registered nurse in my field, showing me the job that I know how to do or I need to learn in that setting, is absolutely appropriate. If they choose to work with a physician, there's nothing wrong with that either. I think I related this to some of the attorneys in the room. If you came out of school and had to spend a year with a judge as an internship before you were allowed to practice as an attorney, versus pick one or the other. And that's my connection to this. So as this is another amendment that also violates the terms of the agreement that we've worked out. So please vote no, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion to the amendment? The member from Stearns, Representative Dorholt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Schoen, I appreciate this bill. I like what it does. Unfortunately, it didn't come through any of my committees. I work in the mental health field, and this affects us a lot. Overall, I think it will affect us for the better. But I want to point out, if you want to be a licensed practicing clinical counselor, that's a mental health professional, you need 4,000 hours post-master's degree and experience to get that license. That's twice as much as what these folks are asking for who have the ability to prescribe medications. I just wanted to point that out. I'm divided on a lot of this stuff here, and most of that's because I wasn't able to hear us in committee. I just want to point it out. If you want to be a therapist, a licensed mental health professional in Minnesota, you're going to need 4,000 hours post-master's experience before you get that license, which is a lot less than what these folks are asking for.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Liebling, for clarification, is your amendment making or grandfathering in or exempting at the time of enactment, should this become law, the individuals who are already have been practicing as APRNs, or are they going to need to continue one more year under a collaborative agreement before they can become more independent?
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hertaus, my amendment doesn't say anything about that. That's in the bill. And so you might want to ask that of the bill author, but I do have another amendment just that applies this same requirement to people who are being grandfathered, but my intention, well, that is another amendment, but my intention would be that most of those people probably would need it already. I'm not intending to make somebody go back who's already in practice and jump through new hoops, but that's not what this amendment is doing. This amendment is going off of what the bill is requiring, which is 1 year of practice, not even training, just practice in a collaborative setting. And all I'm saying is that your agreement there really needs to be with a physician, not with another APRN, because this is your opportunity to be sure you work with a physician to learn what they know and can help you learn before you go off and practice alone. That's all the amendment is doing.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise in support of this amendment. I was listening to the discourse here, and Representative Schoen makes a good argument, but I think we're comparing apples to oranges in this regard. We put a lot of trust into our medical professionals. We trust our very lives with the decisions that they make, with the skills that they have. And it's very important that we ensure the highest quality standard, and the way that we ensure that is through training. I would beg to differ with Representative Schoen in his example, because if a medical professional who is going through the training process makes a mistake, the consequences are that people can die. Whereas if you're an attorney and you're training under a judge, I understand the connection you're trying to make there, but I'm not connecting the dots. So I would suggest that as we move forward with this, just to understand that what Representative Liebling is trying to do here is just to ensure the highest quality standard that we can offer to these folks, so that when it comes time for you to put your life or your children's life or the lives of your loved ones in the hands of these APRNs, that you know that at least that their training proficiency was at the highest level under the direct care of a physician. That's simply all that we're asking here. I think this is a very responsible move, and I support this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this violates the agreement that parties have come to around this bill. Advanced practice nurses have been operating for decades in this state safely, effectively. And Representative Dorholt, to your point, I understand where you're going, but we're not talking about the educational training in this legislation or the programs. We're talking about the barriers to practice. One of the main reasons is about access to health care, and removing or changing it to physician only could have a detrimental effect. If someone goes to school and finishes their APRN schooling and wants to work with another APRN in their small hometown in greater Minnesota, now they would have to wait another year to work with someone who's been in the business for a long time to teach them to do the job, or to work with them to do the job and mentor them with their job, not the job of a doctor. Please vote red.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Frankly, I like the trades and the way the trades treat learning. Because there's, classes, etc. But you learn from seeing someone do. You learn with working with an experienced person. And I think that's a good process. That's a well-established and accepted process. And I think we all like to have safe homes, safe bridges, etc. And I don't know anyone that doesn't think we should have, safer health care by, taking this extra precaution. And with the discussion, well, we haven't done it this way before, etc. You don't have to sit long on the HHS committee, whichever one, to realize that medicine is an extremely fast-paced, innovative, and changing environment. So I don't see the excuse of, well, we haven't done it before as justification not to. And I look in comparison as to what many of our great workers in the trades have done with their training. And I think this is a good, reasonable thing to have in to firm up some discomfort different people have with the present bill.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Schoen, would you stand for a quick question?
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Representative Schoen, I understand you wanting to have peace in the valley, so to speak, between all the parties, and you say that if we vote in favor of this amendment, we will violate the terms of the agreement. My question to you is if this goes through, and this, in your words, violates this agreement, will the people on the APRN side turn around and walk away and say, well, this amendment, this labeling amendment went through, so now we're not happy, now we can't practice this. I'm kind of mirroring off of what some of the other people some of the other representatives have said. I didn't hear this in any committee that I'm in. And as a medical professional, this is the first time that I'm hearing a lot of this. And going through my own training, I trained directly under physician oversight, as you did too. You went through the NREMT program. And as you know, there's a quality control standard that we're just trying to offer to the public so that they can have a quality of assurance to know that they're getting the best health care possible. So my question to you again, Representative Schoen, is if we vote in favor of this amendment, will that cause the agreeing parties to walk away and say, no, we're not going to do this?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Newberger. And, you addressed several points in there. And as a paramedic, when you're going to school, you work in an emergency room, nurses, doctors, and the like, which is exactly what RNs do, APRNs do. And once we're on the job and we're done, we work with paramedics. In this provision, simply saying that you can work with the professional that you're at the same level of training as you, who is well experienced, or a physician. Just saying, don't remove the opportunity for someone to be in a small town in greater Minnesota that could be working alongside a well-experienced APRN. No one's walking away from the table. Obviously, we've been here and want to get this thing done. What I've expressed time and time again is that we've worked very hard to get to the point where there's enough comfort for people to say we've dropped active opposition. Please vote no.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Representative Schoen, for your response here. So I just want to reiterate what Representative Schoen said. He said that no one's walking away from the table on this. So if we vote green on this, no one's walking away from the table. And Representative Schoen is correct that as far as paramedics are concerned, we go through this training process. But every day that I show up for work, I still work under the authority of a medical director who is a licensed physician in the state of Minnesota. So that that's still a component there that needs to be brought up into light. But I just want to reiterate the fact that no one's walking away from the table, and all we're doing here with this labeling amendment is saying, we'd like to have a little higher standard here so that we can ensure the best possible health care. Thank you.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as I look at this amendment, I'm hard-pressed to not agree with it. But as I understand, this body and this membership of this group has a number of professionals in it, and I would wonder if the majority leader would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Albright.
Majority Leader, I understand that you're a nurse by trade, and from a nursing perspective, as it would pertain to this amendment, I'm wondering if you could provide us with understanding of your perspective on that as well.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Albright, and I have been a registered nurse since 1984 and currently teach in the School of Nursing at St. Kate's University in the Doctorate of Nursing Practice program, which is my great honor. And I will tell you that I will not vote for the A4 amendment, and why I think that it is important for an advanced practice nurse to work in an integrated system with either a physician or an advanced practice nurse is because at the heart of this legislation, this is about the practice of nursing, not medicine. And when I practiced nursing in a hospital, I practiced the work of a registered nurse. And like many of us, and Representative Neuberger is talking about his scope of practice, there is my scope of practice as a registered nurse, there is the scope of practice of other practitioners, and there is some overlap. If you think about a Venn diagram, there is overlap between what I do and what other practitioners do. And what we're talking about in this piece of legislation is to make sure that registered nurses who have advanced degrees, master's and doctoral degrees, and years of clinical experience are able to practice to the top of their license, that they're able to do what they've both been educated for and what they're experienced in. And the data over many, many years, since we've had advanced practice nurses practicing in Minnesota since the middle of the 1980s, the data supports their safe practice. In addition, the Institute of Medicine released a report now a number of years ago suggesting that for the nation to meet its needs in caring for an aging population, we need to make sure that all practitioners, not just advanced practice nurses, but all practitioners work to the top of their license, because we don't have probably the resources or time to prepare our workforce to meet the needs of an aging population and their health care needs. So there is a sense of urgency around this. So there has been both data over years and years to show the safe practice of advanced practice nurses, as well as national organizations such as the Institute of Medicine, which is made up of physicians, suggesting that it is time for us across the country to adopt this model legislation. When I practiced nursing as a new nurse, I learned from nurses. I was a floor nurse. I practiced med-surg nursing. I got a baccalaureate degree. I had clinical experience in my schooling. And then I learned more about my job as a registered nurse, working with other nurses, about the discipline and practice of nursing. When I worked in surgery, I was a surgical nurse, I worked with nurses and surgeons and anesthesiologists and anesthetists, nurse anesthetists. And we worked together. And there, again, we had our individual scopes of practice and some overlap in our scope of practice. I think an advanced practice nurse who is already a registered nurse, who already has clinical experience, needs to understand their new scope, their expanded scope in an integrated system, and there's been an agreement. And I will tell you that I know that the nurses and doctors in Minnesota have worked very hard on this legislation for more than 6 years. So this is a product of lots and lots of work, a hard-fought compromise. But I think a new advanced practice nurse, a midwife, a nurse anesthetist, a clinical nurse specialist, a nurse practitioner, should practice, as Representative Schoen has agreed to, in an integrated system with another provider with experience. but it should not be limited to a physician. And the reason why I don't think it should be limited to a physician is two reasons. One, we have to make sure that advanced practice nurses are practicing nursing. They're going to work with nurses and physicians they're obligated to. If they want to provide safe patient care, they're obligated to. And I think the notion that we have to put some sort of forced collaboration into the law to make them work together just reveals a lack of understanding of how the system works. Doctors and nurses work together caring for patients already. We also know that we have a shortage, especially of primary care physicians. And so if we require that an advanced practice nurse work with a primary care physician in order to make this work, that shortage is going to exacerbate the expansion of the number of advanced practice nurses that we need to care for a population safely. So for those two reasons, I don't think that this amendment is going to solve the problem that we're trying to solve. I do think we have to have enough advanced practice nurses and other providers, pharmacists, primary care physicians to care for a population that is growing, especially our aging population. I think that's a matter of urgency for us. I think this bill over 6 years has been carefully negotiated, and I have a lot of confidence in the nurses and the physicians who have worked together. I think they know as much, if not a little more, about the safe practice of nursing and medicine than we do, and we need to heed their guidance in this. So for that reason, I am supporting the Schoen bill, and I'm not supporting this Liebling amendment. I think we need to make sure that advanced practice nurses are working in an integrated system, which the bill does, in their early clinical practice, but they should work with either an advanced practice nurse who's experienced or a physician. Thank you for asking.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that explanation, Representative Murphy. I think the only observation that I would make, and we'll agree to disagree on certain matters, and with all due respect, I think the one thing that I heard that I would want to interject is that when we are dealing with the lives of the aged, when we are dealing with the lives of those in very intricate and complicated medical procedures, as well as complicated medical backgrounds, it would seem to me that at any level you would want to collaborate, as you so suggested, with those that have had experience in those matters before and learn from them. To the extent that 1 year additional internship or an apprenticeship or a residency, if you want to even go that far, to ensure that the quality of care is assured, to ensure that the level of integrity when making those multiple diagnoses, as you wade your way through the way that a patient presents themselves to either the nurse or the physician, I think is warranted and needful, and that's why I rose to ask you the question with regard to the A4, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, I just want a couple of responses. First of all, I think there are some straw man arguments being raised here. You know, the bill as it's written does require this postgraduate practice. And let me be clear, this is not an internship. This is not training. This is just go get your first job in a place where there are other practitioners. That's all this is requiring. And so the idea that was raised that, where there might not be enough physicians to do this, that doesn't hold any water, because the bill is requiring this to be in a setting where there are APRNs and physicians working together to provide patient care. So if there aren't enough primary care physicians to do that, I don't know how you're going to satisfy this at all. All this is saying is that for that 1 year, work with a physician so that you get whatever they have to give you. After that, you can go out, and under this new law, you never have to work with a physician again. We're taking away the requirement of collaboration, except in this very beginning period. Now, Representative Murphy mentioned people who have years and years of clinical experience. Those people are not affected if they can say, if somebody's been working at Mayo Clinic as an APRN, they've been working there for a year, under this bill, they've got it. All they have to do is put in, whatever physician has been their collaborator up to now, they just put in a note to the Board of Nursing and say, I've done it. It doesn't impose anything new except on the new practitioner. And what we're doing under the bill is letting people go out and practice as physicians do now. And members, I have given you a handout. That's a New York Times editorial that's very recent, and it's titled, "Nurses Are Not Doctors." Now, I'm not opposing the bill. I want to be very clear. The straw man argument keeps being raised that we're somehow making a shortage of practitioners and so on if we oppose the bill. I'm not opposing the bill. I'm just saying that we should make sure that a new practitioner has at least a little bit more than just coming straight out of school. They're getting only 1 year of practice under this bill before they can go out and treat your constituents without any further need to have any more training. And I'm just saying, let that 1 year be with a physician.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the advocates on both sides of the bill have removed their opposition or active opposition to the bill. I see as we've satisfied. Please vote no.
Representative Huntley.
I wasn't going to speak again, but Representative Liebling said nurses are not doctors, and that is true. They don't practice medicine, they practice nursing. One of the little-known facts about Tom Huntley is that I was once an assistant professor of OBGYN, if you can believe that. I ran a clinical lab in a hospital and attached to the University of Connecticut. And in talking to the head of OBGYN one day, and by the way, he was a graduate of Georgetown University Medical School, which is a very high-end, prestigious place. We were talking, and he said, Tom, if a woman is pregnant, she's better off going to a nurse midwife than to an OBGYN. She will get better treatment, better outcomes from her pregnancy than if she's seen an OBGYN doctor. And, however, if there's anything wrong with that pregnancy, the nurse midwife will immediately recognize that and refer the woman to an OBGYN. So these are nurses, nurse midwives. They are not doctors, but for a normal pregnancy, a woman is better off with a nurse midwife.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 21 ayes and 107 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Sorry.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511 as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, this is the amendment that increases the amount of time a new graduate would need to practice in a collaborative setting before going out on their own to treat patients. Now, let's understand that most APRNs in the state actually practice in collaborative settings And I would venture to guess that probably 90% or more of them will continue to do that. What we're talking about here are those new graduates who are going to go out and practice under this bill, which gives them independence from the medical profession. They're going to be independent prescribers. They're going to perhaps have a completely independent practice. So go out and hang up your shingle. That's who we're talking about here. What the bill currently has is a 1-year requirement. Now, I remind you, again, this is not training. This is not a residency like a physician gets. This is only a requirement that they practice somewhere with other practitioners. My original bill on this subject had 3 years. That is what the physicians thought was adequate. Yes, there's an agreement for them not to oppose this. But do you think that a person who doesn't do a residency, who comes out of a 2-year program, learning to prescribe, learning to diagnose, those are skills they didn't have as an RN. They're learning them in 2 years of APRN school. Great, that's wonderful. But then they're going to go out into the world, some of them, and set up shop and treat patients independently. Under the bill, only after 1 year of practice. Under my amendment, 3 years of practice. They would be working in a job, they would be getting paid, they would not have any training requirement, only to be working in that collaborative setting. I think that's entirely reasonable. I think we owe that to patients in Minnesota, especially in rural areas, where they're not going to be near, perhaps, other practitioners. Do you want someone who's only had 1 year of practice as an APRN to go out and practice independently and prescribe every drug that a physician can prescribe? If you think that's adequate and you think that's okay for your constituents, then vote no on my amendment. I suggest you vote yes.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We'll probably revisit some of the same topics here again. Remember, this is an RN that has a baccalaureate, works in the field many times like intensive care, highly intensive situations, and they do know their patients. They work in collaboration every day. They're with them for either 8, 10, 12 hours. They get a lot of experience. Then they go back to their graduate program, the APRN program, and continue to work. They're not doctors. They're advanced practice registered nurses. Folks have removed their opposition to the bill, or their active opposition to the language that we have already set forth in the bill. Please vote no.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, I served on the licensing committee for 4 years. We dealt with many, many different professionals. And checking back on just a couple of the professions, I can tell you that social workers and allied health professionals are required to have 4,000 hours of supervised experience before they are off on their own. And that takes about 2 years. There are many, many other professionals who don't have prescribing rights, who do 2 or 3 years. It is not unusual to expect more than a year of side-by-side practice, and in fact the dental therapist bill that we passed, a mid-level dental therapist, we put over 2,000 hours working with a dentist before they can even apply for the advanced dental therapist training and certification. So it's not unusual, and in fact would be wise for us to say, and again, as Representative Liebling, this only applies to brand new, out of training folks moving ahead, because currently most of the APRNs in the state of Minnesota are already in an integrated setting, and that will just count, and they will be following the law as we're passing it. This will be for new folks, and we're simply asking that rather than 1 year, that they have 3 years of experience before they hang their shingles. I encourage a green vote.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to ask for a roll call.
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Quam.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just curious that I want to get some perspective. I know that they no longer let residents work more than 60 hours a week. But I'm trying to understand if anyone has how many hours the average resident goes through, so we have perspective of, the physician hours, and then also if they do a fellowship for a specialty, how many hours those are, because I believe they exceed what is being asked in this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members, this amendment, I think, might be one of the more punitive amendments. This would require tripling what would be in the bill. It would be devastating for health care access in rural Minnesota. What this would do is require new APRNs coming out of school to find a mentorship relationship that would last over 3 years, especially where they're most likely to be serving in outside of a full health care system, which is rural Minnesota. In other areas where this is required, in other states, you see APRNs that upon graduation flee the state, and I think that's not what we're looking for in Minnesota. Members, one thing to consider with all of this is that when we talk about some practicum requirements for other professions, that's in order to get licensed. These folks are already licensed. They're licensed advanced practice nurses that have done just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of practicum and training experience throughout their graduate program prior to being licensed as an advanced practice nurse. Now in Representative Schoen's bill, they'll have 2,080 hours of supervised experience with an APRN or a physician to even continue that training even further. The idea that somehow tripling this time is going to help with healthcare access or remove barriers for care, especially in rural Minnesota or underserved populations, is just extremely misguided and isn't a right direction to go with this bill. I urge a red vote. Thank you, members.
Representative Dorholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will Representative Schoen yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dorholt.
I was wondering if you can tell me how many hours of postgraduate supervision will an APRN need before they are able to prescribe medications?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, they don't need in the bill, which we've created, that's the 2,080 hours. They'll be able to prescribe medications once their schooling is done, as a physician would do as well too. So we already have what we're talking about here is the collaborative arrangement for the 2,080 hours versus of which the groups have removed their active opposition to with that language. And Representative Liebling amendment asked to triple that.
Representative Dorholt.
Thank you, Representative Schoen. Madam Speaker. So once again, I meant to speak on the A5 last time. I'm finishing my hours needed to become an LPCC and an LMFT. I need 4,000 hours postgraduate experience before my assessments no longer need to be signed off by my supervisor. So a licensed marriage and family therapist needs 4,000 hours. And Representative Zerwas, I agree with what you said earlier. Totally agreed that this would prevent access. I'm pointing out how awkward this is. And I'm hoping as we move forward, Representative Schoen, you will work with me on removing some of the barriers that therapists have. Because you mentioned, Representative Zerwas mentioned how these folks won't be able to find a mentor. And I agree, that's true. There aren't enough people out in the field, especially where I work and where I live. But it's just very confusing to me why many mental health professionals need twice as many hours, or an LICSW needs 8,000 hours before they can diagnose without supervisors signing off on that. But I support this bill. I want to remind folks of that. Thank you.
Representative Zerwas.
Madam Speaker, will Representative Dorholt yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Zerwas.
Representative Dorholt, in your current occupation, as you work towards licensure, prior to applying to graduate school, did you go to a 4-year accredited nursing program and serve for a minimum of 2 years in an ICU or an intense care or emergency room setting?
Representative Dorholt.
Representative Zerwas, Madam Chair, no. I am comparing a completely different profession. So I know we are talking about nursing today, and my profession is mental health. Nurses do nursing. I do therapy and counseling. Doctors do medicine. I'm just trying to bring us all together, because in the end, nurses, therapists, physicians, surgeons, chiropractors, all need to be on the same page. Okay? They all need to be on the same page in order to improve people's health. We're addicted to a medical model and medications that treat the symptoms and not the causes. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the over-medication of our society. I have nothing against it, but I'm concerned. I support this bill.
Representative Zerwas.
Members, I just wanted to clear up and point out the fact that as we look at other professions and around therapy professions and other professions, that this isn't an apples to apples comparison. It's certainly barely an apples to oranges comparison. The folks that are licensed advanced practice nurses have gone through an intense 4-year baccalaureate program, have practiced at the top of their field as a registered nurse, and then applied back for an intense, in many cases 30-month program for their master's degree in nursing. Along with that becomes hundreds and hundreds of hours in a practicum and clinical experience setting. So the idea, and that's in order to get licensure, and now with the Schoen bill, following that, they'll be required to work in a collaborative setting for another 2,080 hours. So I just want to be clear, there's a lot of training going on. These folks are practicing at the top of their game. They're the top in their field, and they're on course with the appropriate amount of training to operate independently. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, I just want to respond to a couple things that Representative Zerwas said. First of all, they are already licensed. That's a choice that we make, whether they're at what point these practitioners are licensed. The fact that they're licensed really is neither here nor there. That's a choice that we've made in statute. So physicians get their license when they get out of medical school, but nobody would say that a physician should go right out of medical school and start practicing. And why not? Because we know that there's so much they learn. And Representative Zerwas is all about the great intensity of the 2-year APRN program. Well, physicians work pretty darn hard for 4 years in medical school, and physicians still don't consider that they should go out and practice after those 4 years. They need at least a 3-year residency. And I think it's widely recognized, and if you read the opinion piece I handed out, you'll see that many physicians feel that primary care is the most difficult thing to do, because you have to know about so many different things. And that's what we're sending people out to do. Now, I want to make it clear, I am in no way saying that APRNs are not great and usually safe practitioners. But what we're doing here today is making them independent. So the question for this body is, what should we require of them before we let them go out and be independent? I don't think it's too much to ask to have them simply work in a collaborative setting. Again, not get training, not even get mentoring necessarily, as Representative Zerwas referred to. There's nothing in the bill that says you have to have a mentor even. All it says is a collaborative agreement. That's what the law says right now for all of them. It doesn't, that collaborative agreement just says here's what you can do, here's what you can't do, and frankly, any nurse, any APRN who works in a place like, say, Mayo Clinic or large system, already has that because their employer is saying, here's what you're going to do in your practice. That is not an onerous requirement. And also, contrary to what Representative Zerwa said, they don't have to stay in one place. They can get different jobs. You know, most of our medicine in this state is really delivered through systems. And that's, you know, most practitioners are working in systems. Most APRNs are already doing this. I do not think it is an onerous and certainly not punitive to say before you go out and hang your own shingle and treat patients absolutely independently that you should have practiced for 3 years. Just practice. Earn the salary that you would earn. Go to whatever system you want to be in, but have 3 years of experience before you go out and treat patients and hold yourself out as really being able to take care of most of the issues they will bring you.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to address a point by Representative Dorholt, and I understand where you're coming from, and I 100% wholeheartedly believe that in your profession that there's no reason we shouldn't take a look at how do we remove the barriers to get more people care providers that they need, and that is one of the things that we're also doing in this bill. Different professions, I understand that. I understand that you're passionate around that. I would just ask you to vote no on this amendment. We have found the spot where people have dropped their active opposition. There is hours built in. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 10 ayes and 119 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the A6.
Representative Liebling withdraws her amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, this is an important amendment. What we're talking about here is nurses who get 2 years or maybe a little more of additional training, and then after very little practice experience are going to go out and hold themselves out as being able to practice, or I'm sorry, I take that back. They're going to go out and practice, some of them quite independently, very independently, with no prescribing agreement, no requirement of collaboration. They're going to be able to do the same things a physician would do in most instances, with no restriction in law that differentiates them from a physician who would be out in rural Minnesota or any place else on their own. And so what this amendment does is it says that when an advanced practice registered nurse is diagnosing, treating, or prescribing, that they should be held to the same standard of care as a physician who is doing those things. Now, if you don't think they should be held to the same standard of care, then you probably shouldn't be voting for this bill. I think a patient in Minnesota who goes to an APRN who is practicing independently has the right to get the same kind of care, the same quality of care as they would get if that person was a physician. So I hope that you will support my amendment.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is an important discussion because Representative Liebling is asking in her amendment to hold nurses, advanced practice nurses, to the standards of a physician. We hold advanced practice nurses accountable to the level of an advanced practice nurse. We hold physicians accountable to the level of a physician. Every care provider is held to the right standard on the procedure that they may perform. And maybe this isn't one that makes sense to everybody, but if I change a dressing, an RN changes a dressing, an LPN changes a dressing, a doctor changes a dressing, everybody's held accountable to that technique that fits within their licensure or certification. This is not a necessary amendment. We also again, I go back to the original discussion that I brought forth a bill that the groups drop their active opposition. Please vote no.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill please rise?
He will yield to a question. Representative Albright.
Representative Schoen, as I would read this, and my only question is, I understand that the advanced practice nurse would be in collaborative agreement with a physician. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate in terms of where the liability would reside in the collaborative agreement if both parties are not held to the same standard of care.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Albright, the provider is held accountable to the care rendered, not to the person rendering the care. Each individual provider is held to their own standard of liability.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would he continue to yield? Would Representative Schoen continue to yield?
He will. Representative Albright.
Representative Schoen, can you give us an idea in terms of the level of liability insurance that an APRN would carry in comparison to a medical physician?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We're not I'm not getting into the insurance statutes with this, but all I can say is that each individual has to carry their own liability insurance. The APRN has it, the doctor has it, care providers have it.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just listening to this as this is going on here, and I was really struck by what Representative Huntley said when he said that doctors practice medicine and nurses practice nursing. What we're doing here with this bill is we are crossing that line. If a nurse can diagnose, treat, and prescribe and also be held liable for their decisions, then they're practicing medicine. We need to be very clear that what we are giving the green light to, and if that's what we're going to do as a body, if we're going to allow this to take place, then holding these APRNs to the same standard of care as a physician is only sensible. Again, if a nurse is going to diagnose, treat, prescribe, and be held liable, I don't see anything else outside of this that says that they're not practicing medicine, because that's what they're doing. And I'm not going to argue whether they should or shouldn't be. All I'm saying is that if that's the course that they're going through, then that's what they're doing. If they're practicing medicine in certain regards and in certain instances, then we should hold them liable to the same standard. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Schoen yield?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Actually, I'm going to change that up, Madam Speaker. If Representative Liebling will yield.
She will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Liebling, I assume that as a physician you carry a higher level of liability insurance And that's to protect you so that if something goes wrong, then the patient will be covered, essentially. Is that the same for the APRNs, or is that what you're trying to do here with this language in your amendment?
Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker, Representative Anderson, thanks for the question. I don't know what level of insurance people carry, but I think that if this bill passes, that insurance companies will have to really look at it again. I would venture to say that depends on the practice setting of the APRN and what they're intending to do in their practice. So every practitioner isn't going to be doing the same kinds of things. So I don't know what the insurers will be charging or how these folks will get their insurance. Maybe somebody else on the floor will know that better than I, but I'm just saying that when the when the advanced practice nurse is doing the same functions that a physician would be otherwise doing or would be doing, they should be held to the same standard. And the argument is being made here, and I agree, that advanced practice nurses can be very safe and very good practitioners. And Representative Huntley's speech from before about going to an advanced practice nurse, a nurse midwife when you're pregnant. Frankly, I had all my 3 kids with a certified nurse midwife. I love APRNs, don't get me wrong. But we're letting them go out into independent practice here. And I'm just saying that if we're saying they can do that, there's no problem. You're getting as good a care from an APRN who's diagnosing and treating a patient and even prescribing drugs. Those are functions a physician would do. They should be held to the same standard when they're doing those functions. That's my argument.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As I look at the amendment, what's being suggested is that advanced practice nurses would be regulated by the Board of Medical Practice. Advanced practice nurses, registered nurses, are regulated by the Board of Nursing, and that is the way that the Schoen bill is drafted right now. I think nurses should be regulated by nursing, and physicians by medicine, and chiropractors by chiropractors. There has been talk in the past of putting all those licensing boards together, one big mega board of practitioners looking over them all. I know the practitioners don't like that, the provider groups don't like that. But I did get an answer to the question that was asked. And advanced practice nurses, of course, do carry insurance, malpractice insurance. Registered nurses do often as well. It depends on their practice. And the premium paid is based on the risk of the practice, not the provider, right? So nursing is going to practice nursing, not medicine. But there's some overlap between the practice. The nurses are prepared to do that. They have been doing it. They're demonstrated as safe. And depending on the kind of practice, so I would guess that a nurse midwife may carry more liability coverage than a nurse practitioner, depending on the risk of the practice, not the type of provider. Thank you.
Representative Abler.
I hate it, Madam Speaker, when I talk after somebody who said almost everything I was going to say. So there you go. But I do still want to remind people of one other thing. I won't discuss the malpractice because it's all based on risk, not upon the title. But the Board of Nursing regulates these advanced practice nurses as the Board of Medical Practice regulates the doctors. But they're both at an extremely high level of standard. And so that's the point. And so the current standard of practice for an advanced practice nurses today is very, very high. And so that's not changing at all in this bill, and in fact, there'll be more attention paid to it, so I'm comfortable with the way the bill is as is.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, Madam Speaker, the previous 2 speakers covered my points. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha. Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none.
Madam Speaker, can I get a roll call?
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Wills votes aye.
Thank you.
There being 14 ayes and 116 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, reading through the bill the other night, I noticed that we are forming a new board, the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Council. And I think that's great, and as it should be. But I noticed that one of the board's responsibilities is not to review complaints. And it seems to me who better to review complaints than a board whose job it is to oversee the practice of APRNs. And so, members, it's just as simple as adding a number 6, which says that this board will review complaints against advanced practice registered nurses and advise the board on disposition of the complaints. So ultimately the Board of Nursing has that responsibility, but the Board of Nursing currently, I believe, only has one or two, and I'm not even sure, one APRN on the board. And so it seems to me, as we're moving into this brave new world, that we should have people that really know and understand the scope of practice to make a recommendation to the nursing board. So it's very simple, and I ask for your green vote.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The advisory council to the Board of Nursing, as it relates to the advanced practice registered nurse field, was created as and carefully crafted as a part of this agreement and working together with folks. The Board of Nursing has their standards and their group in place to deal with the complaints. This is unnecessary and has not been asked for on either side. We already created the advisory council. Please vote no. And I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Schoen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, some of you may recall from last fall that the Star Tribune ran a series of articles on the Board of Nursing. And they were very critical of the Board of Nursing, that there were some nurses who were being allowed to practice who perhaps should not have been allowed, and so on. And that according to the series, that they had been derelict in some of their review of what the nurses had been doing. Currently, the Board of Nursing has, as Representative Norton said, one APRN on it. If I'm remembering correctly, I think it has... It's about half LPNs, RNs, the other half, and I think one public member. I've forgotten the numbers. But with one APRN on there, and that APRN, obviously there are 4 roles of APRNs that we're talking about here. So when we're talking about oversight by a licensing board, we're talking about oversight that occurs rarely. Most practitioners practice safely and well and never have to interact with their board. Let's be clear about that. And no one is suggesting that APRNs are any different than that. However, when an APRN gets into some kind of trouble, it would stand to reason that at least other APRNs would be looking at what happened to determine whether there should be some kind of a sanction. All this is doing is adding this to the list of duties of this new council that's being created under the Board of Nursing. And all it does is make a recommendation to the Board of Nursing, which then decides on any kind of sanction. So this is a really modest kind of amendment. Now, if the answer to this is going to be, oh, it violates our agreement, then I would ask you all what your job is here, frankly. Are you just a rubber stamp to what outside parties, people in the hall, want to do? This is about your constituents. This is about our state. We are elected here to make these decisions. We are not elected here to be rubber stamps. So I hope that you'll give this some thought. This is not asking a lot. Representative Norton's amendment is simply common sense. We're setting up this advisory group to the Board of Nursing They ought to advise on complaints against APRNs, because this is where the APRNs are going to be. On this advisory council in the bill, there's one from each of these roles. There's a couple of, or one physician, and there's a public member, and these people ought to be giving a recommendation to the board when there's, in the rare case, when there would be a complaint against an APRN.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In Minnesota, we have a long history of professionals regulating and sitting on boards of their own profession. The bar regulates lawyers, the Board of Dentistry regulates dental practice, the Board of Medical Practice regulates physicians, and the Board of Nursing regulates all types of nursing. This is highly opposed by all the nursing groups as well, and I do go back to the fact that this was agreed upon language that removes active opposition. This is, sorry to say, more than a modest amendment to the bill, and really should have, would be a major change. Please vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish we could go back to yesterday and start talking about high-pressure boilers, because this is a very difficult topic to stick with. But I do want to speak to this issue of having, to be judged by kind of your peers. And I think I support Representative Norton's amendment. And I was involved last year when the Board of Nursing was really rolling up, well, actually, I should say that the press was rolling up a lot of different cases around the state on the various nurses. And I had one in my district that was kind of being rolled up into this whole fury about it. And thank goodness for the Board of Nursing, because they were able to sort out all the problems. They were able to sort out those nurses that were being, subjected to all this scrutiny, and they were able to, find some of these. At least the one nurse, I'll just speak to the one case that I know a lot about. The one nurse that was in my district, they said, "Oh my goodness, she didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing that she is doing that's anything like a lot of the real problems that we were seeing last year." So thank goodness that what we had were regular RNs on that board that understood the functions of the nursing community and were able to, I think, judge appropriately. Okay, we've got a whole new. I wish I could speak more eloquently to this, but it's a whole new environment section, animal. No, I won't say that. It's a whole new thing. And I would want to be judged by people who have experienced this new thing that we're putting together here. So to me, it just makes common sense that we would include this and make sure that complaints go to this board so that they can rule on it. Because remember, these are people that are going to be going into this new category, and they're really going to be forging new territory. I think that they should be judged, and complaints should go to that board, that have the same kinds of qualifications. Thank you.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just got to address, we aren't doing anything new. Advanced practice registered nurses have been operating for decades, and they've been answering to the Board of Nursing for many, many years in this fashion. The complaints that would be levied upon them for the last 10, 20 years would go to the Board of Nursing, and they will continue to do so. So please vote no.
Any further discussion to the A8 amendment? Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, well, we're not doing anything new, but what we're doing is now APRNs will not have to have an agreement with a physician for prescribing. So that is very new. It is a new animal. It's not expanding the scope, I guess, in one way of looking at it, but it is now, APRNs are now going to have independent prescribing authority, and to whatever degree that written agreement was really oversight, it won't be there anymore, and they will not be required to be in collaboration with physicians. So even though they will continue to do the same things they now do, they will do it without that oversight that's there currently. So there is something different going on, and I appreciate Representative Leidiger's view of this. I think he's correct.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Wills votes aye. There being 26 ayes and 104 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, this amendment changes a little bit the composition of this group that we were just talking about. But since this group really doesn't have the ability to do that much of anything anyway, since since Representative Norton's amendment was rejected, I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Liebling withdraws her amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 511, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I was really surprised to see this particular provision, and perhaps I shouldn't have been, because it does look like part of it was current law for physicians, podiatrists, and dentists. But members, a couple years ago now, 2 years ago, I carried a nurse licensing compact law bill that we hope to become law. And in fact, it passed off the floor of this body, and it passed off the floor of the Senate. And unfortunately, I had some opposition from the Nursing Association and some other members of this body as well. But what the Nurse Licensing Compact did, members, was try to acknowledge that we are in a changing time of medical care. And people cross borders, people come to our state for services and go home. And I was trying to open that up so that we could talk across borders, have nurses perhaps that live in Iowa come to Minnesota and recognize if they're on a border state, not make them buy another license, but recognize the license they have, and vice versa. Let our nurses go across state lines if need be and be recognized by these compact states. So, you know, here on this particular provision, it basically is allowing some of that cooperation to happen across those lines, and it is now going to include nurses, APRNs, for the first time. So, members, I think my amendment is probably not drafted the way I would want it to be, because it removes this whole section, and I guess I don't want to remove the whole section. I just wanted to reflect the MNA's position, which was that nurses shouldn't be working cross borders. And so I'm going to withdraw this, but members, we are in a changing time. Medicine is changing. People are more transient. We have a lot of border state activity, and we should, in fact, pass a nurse licensing compact, and we should make it easier for our medical folks to be able to do telemedicine and be far more mobile, just like our population is. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to withdraw the A10.
Representative Norton withdraws the A10 amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 511.
Third reading. Is it amended?
Nope.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This has been a good discussion. I do want to point out to you what you avoided. The bill that left the committee after lengthy testimony was a non-bill. It had the word advanced practice nurse in it, I think, or something. It was a word inserted in a trivial way. And I was fearful on the floor today we would be debating the whole scope of advanced practice nursing, amendment after amendment, and in a not a very good way. And that is the worst way to regulate a profession as worthy as advanced practice nursing, and with respect to the anesthesiologists and the interventional pain docs and all those who have concerns about this. As the legislative process is kind of interesting, and there's always a group someplace that does the bulk of the work. I would have rather that this work could have been done in committees, and we could have actually had some of these amendments in committees. They may have actually been worked through, but I don't run the place, and there was no committee hearing availed to me. And so I made my best judgment on my votes today with the work that was that had been done, and voted as I felt best on the floor, as did members here. And that's, I think, an appropriate process. And I think at the end this is going to be another really good bill, and will keep Minnesota at the forefront of health reform and innovation and quality and attention to the needs of the patients, which is at the end of the day the most important thing. And I'm happy to be supporting this product. I think no bill is ever perfect, and I'll predict, just taking a chance, that those who remain here next year and the year after will find themselves discussing the topic of advanced practice, registered nursing, and nurse anesthetists, etc. In fact, it's called for in the work here. You'll have your chance to weigh in and see how it's going. But I think, given the maturity of the nurse practitioners in their profession and the quality that they've exhibited, this is a bill worthy of your green vote. I do have one question for the author, Madam Speaker. Would he yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Abler.
Thank you. Representative Schoen, I talked to you about this. Would you just verify for me just my own question? Would there be any change in nurse practitioners or advanced practice nurses or anybody in terms of who's able to provide an abortion?
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, Representative Abler, no.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I knew the answer to that question. I just want to make it clear that only physicians licensed under Chapter 147 are able to do that, just to verify that. And I want to also point out to those who had concerns about this bill about changing anything, is the scopes are identical, as Representative Schoen has commented before. And so I think, members, we could show our support for this bill and for the quality work that's been done and this wonderful profession by voting yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this bill is sort of taking me back a few years to Representative Cy Tao. And a number of us had the opportunity to serve with Representative Cy Tao from St. Paul. And he was the chair of the licensing committee in the House. And he was known for his brevity of committee meetings. They didn't last very long, and they wouldn't occur unless they absolutely had to. And Representative Tao did a very good job of limiting that, and he said that the licensing committee should meet twice. It should meet immediately to determine the membership of the licensing committee, and then it would meet again to vote yes, and only yes, on everything that got agreed to in between the two meetings. Now, I think that is probably a very, very good standard for the rest of us here in the legislature. And Representative Liebling, I noticed you had many amendments. If you noticed on the board, I wasn't voting on your amendments, and that was no disrespect to you or a indication of where I was one way or the other on those amendments. But it was really to say that we should not be doing that here. We should not be practicing medicine of any kind on the House floor, or indeed even in committee. These are very technical things that should be ironed out by the professionals who do this in licensing and scope of practice issues. Because in terms of many of our professions that are licensed professions or regulated professions within the state, many times that's just a question of who does what. Whether it's an electrician or it's a carpenter or whether it's a roofer or somebody who does general trades, those kinds of things, they have licenses and we determine kind of where those boundaries are. But this is actually a case of life and death. And interventional pain management and anesthesia is very, very, very safe in the United States, and it's very, very safe and particularly safe in the state of Minnesota because we have very, very highly trained professionals in nursing, in anesthesia, and our physicians, our doctors, nurses, and practitioners do a fabulous job. And I think that from our standpoint, when we start practicing the art and medicine of determining who should do what and liability here on the House floor, that makes me very anxious about doing that. I think some of those were brought forward, and I appreciate the debate by Representative Liebling and some of the debate that was brought forward on the floor, and I think you saw in the votes that there was a very lopsided vote time and time again. But that also, I think, goes to the fact that we should probably not be having those discussions here on the floor or indeed even in committee to presume the safety qualifications of interventional pain management and anesthesiology, the work of professionals who are licensed in this and practitioners across the state of Minnesota. So that is my difficulty with this bill. I think if Representative Saitow were to come back from wherever he is, I think he's in Florida right now, and after this winter I'm happy for him that he's down there. But he would probably agree with me that this should be indeed taken care of within the confines of the professional organizations who do a great job of maintaining their standards, their professional scope of practice, that really keeps medicine safe in the state of Minnesota and the safest of any state in the 50 states. So that is my problem with this bill, is the process by which it did not go through to get here today. I think if the vested interests in the professional groups came with agreement to the licensing committee, I think that that would say something very different to me as a legislator looking at life safety issues in the state of Minnesota. And for me, it is just a very, very bad precedent for moving forward that we push these groups and the safety of our constituents right up to the door of the House floor, and to say that we have a last-minute agreement that everybody can agree to is the least possible damaging at the last possible moment is not a standard that we should have for safety, particularly in life safety and moving forward. So I see that as a particularly bad precedent that we will set here today when this goes forward. You say there's peace in the valley, but I think that that's a different standard when you say that we're going to pass a bill. Can we make it as least damaging to your group of people or your group of people as possible? We're talking about life safety issues. I think that's an incredibly bad precedent to have here in the state of Minnesota. And that's why I really am opposing this today, because of the process that it went through. When I look at the overreach of the last 2 years, this is another example of that, of the rules being circumvented, of the standard that we have set for ourselves in the past being circumvented to move too far, too fast, and we really put things at risk. And in this case, I don't know whether or not this is going to make things riskier or less safe for people across the state of Minnesota. I just don't know that because I have not seen the standard of care within our committee process. And so for that reason, members, That is the reason, Representative Liebling, that I was not voting on your amendments and the reason that I'm opposing this bill.
The member from Washington, Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. First of all, I want to thank Representative Liebling for offering the amendments that you did. I think I voted for most of them, and I really appreciate that you were trying to make a bill that I'm not comfortable with better. And I do serve on Health and Human Services Committee, and I did speak up on this bill when it was happening, and I told the story there, and I'll tell it again, and I've told it before on this floor. I have a son who was born with spina bifida. He's had nearly 80 surgeries. We've been through a lot over time with him. And I'm so incredibly grateful for the medical care that we have in this country. And I'm so thankful for the anesthesiologists and the nurse anesthetists and all of the different medical professionals who have been with us through this ride of his life. And I asked the question in committee, can you help me understand what we're trying to fix here? Because I really still, after all of the discussion, I can't understand what we are actually trying to fix in this bill. I'm not comfortable with this body making these kinds of decisions. I think that we have a system that works very, very well, and I just am not comfortable voting for a bill today that will change anything that we have right now. I think the status quo is very good, and so I agree with what Representative Dean said, and I just wanted to explain my vote because it has nothing against the nurse practitioners. I respect them. I appreciate what they do very, very much, but I believe that the status quo is right. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise here to express my concern as well. I echo the sentiments of Representative Dean and Lomer, and I want to thank Representative Liebling for bringing this forward, these amendments, and Representative Norton. My concern is that we are, as a legislature, we are starting a potentially dangerous trend where we're starting to practice medicine by politics. We are starting to see this time and time again. I'm not going to get into some of the other bills that have come forward. Some of them are good, some of them maybe not so much. But the point being is, as Representative Dean alluded to, is that very few of us here are medical professionals, and I don't think there are very many, if any, of us here who have spent any time at all in medical school. And we need to be very, very careful when we start making these decisions that affect the practice of medicine. Now, I too appreciate the work that nurses do. They're some of the hardest working, most dedicated, caring people that I know. I will not be supporting this bill because I am afraid of the trend that we're setting here. And what we're basically allowing nurses to do, as Representative Huntley had mentioned earlier when he said doctors practice medicine, nurses practice nursing. Well, when you operate independently and you are diagnosing, treating, and prescribing for specific conditions without physician oversight, and you are personally liable for your decision, members, that's practicing medicine. And as legislators, Representative Dean hit it right on the head. He had the bullseye on that one. So we need to be very careful as we move forward into the future about the decisions that we make when it comes to medicine. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, this is difficult. I represent and serve in this legislature representing a healthcare community with many, many, many different providers. The licensing committee was talked about. I agree with Representative Dean's comments about that. I think we should have continued to have that sort of a committee and spend the time and due diligence in looking at every single bill that with regards to licensing. I think that's a wise and smart thing to do, and I wish we had done that. My disappointment is that this body, that this is the only place I was allowed to see this bill, that my concerns are substantive, some of them, and some of them were very minor, but they're being done on the House floor rather than in committee, and I'm being told we can't talk about them because an agreement was made. That doesn't feel good to me. I wanted to be able to make a bill better so that I was more comfortable with it and I could vote for it, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I'm concerned about that. Just in general, I've been one in committees who has been concerned with moving too quickly with mid-levels, with mid-level providers, whether it be dental or medical, partly because I do not think, one of the arguments I always hear is this will lower health care costs. Members, I don't think this is going to lower health care costs. So if that's the reason you're doing it, let me just lay out a scenario. The more people that we license and we provide access to, ultimately, if you're providing the same service, you're going to ask for the same reimbursement. And that is rightly so. If you're doing the same task as an APRN that a physician is doing, you should be paid the same amount. In fact, it's not that different than the WISA bill on the Women Economic Security Act. Equal pay for equal work. So folks that are currently now perhaps under the supervision of a doctor are perhaps paid at a different level. That's not going to be the same. Maybe not today, but as we move ahead, more people will have more access, but the costs are going to be the same or perhaps even increase as we have access. So, you know, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that we have more APRNs and more access. I think it is good, but it isn't going to lower costs ultimately, I don't think. I also want to say one of the things I've dealt with my entire time here for 8 years is rural access and not having enough physicians or enough dentists or enough whatever in rural Minnesota. I'm not convinced that this is the solution, and I'm not convinced that APRNs are going to be any more likely to practice in rural Minnesota as a physician is. Maybe they are, and frankly, for those of you that live in rural Minnesota, I hope that happens. But what I'm afraid the unintended consequence here is, because there is no longer a collaborative agreement, members, why would a physician ever move to rural Minnesota? I'm afraid it will actually decrease the number of physicians willing to move into rural Minnesota. And again, I hope that doesn't happen, but it is a fear, and I haven't been able to have that discussion with anyone in a committee, but it is a concern that I have. Members, I'm very appreciative that the groups that met took care of the pain management portion of this bill. I think there were serious and significant concerns, and many of those have been addressed, and so I appreciate folks that were negotiating this, that they actually listened and addressed that concern, because I think many of us had it. But I believe in integrated care, and I completely support the collaborative model. And in fact, in the dental therapy bill, we insisted on that for our dental therapists. We said, no, you're not going to go off on your own. You're going to work in collaboration with, either directly or indirectly, a dentist who has been to dental school. I feel the same way here with APRNs and nurses and physical therapists, that we have, until we change the system we have and until we change the education practices for these different allied health fields, the collaborative model is safer for patients and better for overall care. So members, it's just really disappointing to be where we are today and not have had the opportunity to discuss this in committee. I don't like doing big work like this on an important bill on the House floor. And I'm afraid I won't be able to support this bill, and frankly I have a lot of friends that are APRNs who are going to be not very understanding, and I understand what's going to happen when I go home. They're not going to be very happy about this, but if we can't have a collaborative model, I simply can't support the bill.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the gentleman from Washington would yield.
He will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the gentleman from Washington, I think you coined a new phrase, and I would just like a definition, if I might. You said that the Minnesota Medical Association has dropped active opposition. Could you define that? Because dropped active opposition, so they're still opposed, they're just not active.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Davids, the term it was given to me by Dave Renner from the Minnesota Medical Association, saying he wants to make sure that they know that they're not jumping up and down against it, and they're not going to say they're jumping up and down for it.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. They're not jumping up and down for it. They're not jumping up and down against it. I guess they're just then jumping up and down. The way it looks to me, the way it looks to me is the Minnesota Medical Association dropped active opposition. To me, that means they still hate it, but they're not going to tell anybody.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, yeah, I just wanted to share, I identify with the concerns that have been expressed, especially Representative Dean and the others. But I checked with my, and I appreciate the amendments that were brought forward by Representative Norton, Representative Liebling, and I understand their concern. But I checked with my rural administrator of my local hospital, and he's supportive of this. He needs more flexibility. He's already lost a few doctors out in the rural area, and he wants to see something like this go forward. I do want to also say I appreciate Representative Schoen's actions. I know he's been surrounded and beaten down politically and every other way. Even as a member of the HHS committee, I got so many different conflicting comments on this bill. Sometimes I didn't know which way to turn, so I know it was a difficult process. But I'm going to vote for this bill, and I think, members, this is the beginning of what we're going to see. Because we discussed on the House floor, we're in for a large shortage of doctors in this nation and state. And it's being accentuated with Obamacare. Every poll I've seen, more and more doctors, especially the elderly, are getting out of the medical practice because of Obamacare. So we're going to see physician's assistants, we're going to see these advanced nurses, practice nurses, and we're going to continue to see lower level of medical people doing practicing medicine and doing medicine that used to be referred to doctors. So unless we change course, members, nationally and in this state, you can expect to see more and more of this down the road. And it's unfortunate because we're damaging one of the best healthcare systems in the world right here in Minnesota with this government overreach. The last point is the interesting thing I found out today, the Kaiser Foundation, which is a big supporter of Obamacare, they did a survey of the average cost of enrollees in Obamacare. That would include MNsure. The average cost to enroll one person in health care under Obamacare is $2,500. That's ridiculous. It takes an insurance company just a few $100s to enroll somebody. Minnesota is above average. We spent $3,700 in this state per enrollee. That is a waste of money. Money that should have gone to the doctor's hospital.
Madam Speaker.
But I will be voting for the bill, Representative Schoen. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott. The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I agree that this bill and this issue needed to come before us. I do have some concerns, and I voted for some of the amendments, against others. And frankly, I am disconcerted by, well, we had an agreement between the parties. Well, why are we here? We'll just have the parties get together, give us the bill, and we'll pass it. No, we need to be able to debate it. And frankly, there are times of where we can see outside the blinders of those interests and maybe see the interests of the entire state and make some amendments and make some improvements. I thought we could maybe do a little bit of that, but apparently the body decided not to. But I think it does the body good to talk about it, to debate it, and show the people that we are the ones making the decision, not the special interests or the outside parties involved. And whatever the outcome is, I want to let the people know that it's the will of the people through the representatives that make the final decision.
The member from Sherburne, is that right? Representative Zerwas. I can't see anything, that's my problem. Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to thank Representative Schoen for working so hard for 2 years on this bill, and I know I signed on right from the beginning, and I'm glad that this was something we were able to work on for the last 2 years. And I can understand where Representative Dean is coming from with his concern on the process. And I want to be clear, members, this bill was introduced immediately last session. And we were told by the Health Policy Chair that we wouldn't be doing any scope of practice bills all last year. And then we'd pick it up at the beginning of this year. And members, I said, well, there'll be a lot of negotiations that need to go on. And so I know I volunteered, I think others volunteered, and said, let's meet, all interim, and see if we can figure something out, and see if we can bring the sides together. And I'd come in every other week or so and check in, and no meetings, no meetings, no meetings. We got to this session, members, and we requested a hearing again. And no hearing, no hearing, no hearing. When we finally did get a hearing, when Representative Schoen finally did get a hearing for this bill, I know I'm new here, but it was unlike any hearing I'd ever seen in committee, where we took up 2 bills at the same time and weren't really allowed to debate the Schoen bill as a standalone. So members, I understand the concern with the process. I understand the frustration of having to deal in an awkward setting on such a large and complex issues. But members, that wasn't Representative Schoen's design. That wasn't his intent. That wasn't the advocate's intent. And so members, after months and even years of negotiation, we came to maybe not a win-win, certainly not a win-lose, but perhaps a draw. And we're able to move forward. We're lifting barriers to access, and we're helping these practitioners practice to the full scope of their license. And members, I will say, I know Representative Norton referred to this group as mid-level practitioners. Advanced practice nurses are advanced practice nurses. They don't provide mid-level care. They provide exemplary, advanced health care. And so I think we need to make that definition. And we need to understand that, and understand that what's being done here today is best for Minnesota. It provides greater access to health care, and it fills a niche that is sorely needed in our health care continuum. Please vote green. Thank you, members.
Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And members, I know you've heard a lot from me today, and I apologize for that. Obviously, a lot of us have very strong feelings about this issue and about this bill. And I was going to make some comments that I will make, but I first need to respond to Representative Zerwas's criticisms, which are basically aimed at me as chair of the Health and Human Services Policy Committee. And I would say, first of all, Representative Zerwas, that you don't understand how things work around here. Just because there's an issue out there that is one that's contentious, you know, you may have noticed there are many, and that we've had in your first term, we've had 2 very short sessions which were packed with work in the Health and Human Service Policy Committee. So last year we heard no licensing bills. Sometimes there's been a separate licensing committee, and as you know, our committee did the work of a licensing committee, and we pre-worked all of the bills, and many of them that you all voted for in the policy, in the Omnibus policy bill, were agreed to and had been worked and had been gotten down to the point where we got to where Representative Matt Dean was asking them to be. There's no reason that advocates and that you and that any member on this floor can't continue to work with advocates and work on an issue whether the chair of the committee calls a meeting or not. and many of us do that all the time. And Representative Zerwas, I hope you weren't suggesting that you came to me and kept asking me to call a meeting, because I don't ever recall you doing that, not once. And if you had, I would have said, either I would have said, sure, I can bring people into my office and have a meeting, which I have done in many, many instances with many issues, or I would have said, go ahead and call a meeting. I know the advocates on all sides of this issue were meeting and continued to meet and have met for a very long time. I was never involved in that until this year, but I know it's been going on for a long time. So I think the implication there that somehow I stopped this from coming up, in fact, I gave it a hearing. So, you know, this is a very, as everyone can tell here after all of this debate, this is a very complex issue, and it's been a very emotional issue for many people, particularly, I would say, on the nursing side. So, you know, actually, now let me turn to the bill itself, which is really what I rose to talk about. This bill really represents, this is a difficult issue for me. I came to this floor today intending to vote for it, because as I told members at the beginning, I supported from the beginning the idea that we were putting artificial barriers in front of some APRN practice. And I have supported removing those barriers. And I know that there are many members on this floor who don't agree with me on that. But I have supported that because I do think that we shouldn't put a bureaucratic, meaningless barrier in front of somebody's practice. On the other hand, I think that this bill is really opening the door to something that we haven't experienced in this state before. And I thought that those restrictions that we're removing should be replaced with something reasonable to help us ease into the idea that APRNs are going to be able to practice completely independently. And I brought amendments to try to fix some of those issues that I sincerely thought we needed to protect Minnesotans and make APRNs better practitioners, and make sure that the ones who go out and practice independently are sufficiently prepared, and that when, in the rare instance when they screw up, that there would be sufficient oversight. And the body rejected all of those amendments. So I'm in a real dilemma, because I really do support a lot of this bill, and in fact, the portions on the pain, chronic pain stuff, the stuff that the certified registered nurse anesthetist, that part that was worked out, I'm actually very comfortable with that part. But having had all of my amendments rejected, I at this point feel like I have to vote no, because I'm really concerned about what door we're opening up here, or I should say how widely we're opening the door. We can always come back in another year and open the door a little wider, and in fact that's the way we usually do it with health practitioners. Everybody's scope seems to expand a little bit as time goes on, and that's probably fine. But this is, I think, a big opening, and I think there's insufficient protection here. We have the Board of Nursing overseeing these people as they do now, but they're going to be doing a lot more independently without the oversight of physicians, and I really do think that's a problem, members. So, you know, this has been a very contentious issue, and I'm kind of glad that it'll be off of our plate, but I'm really concerned about what's going to happen in the state. I hope we'll kind of keep our fingers on that and see what this does, because it may have a lot of unintended consequence on the costs of care and on other things. So I'm going to vote no on the bill, but I do that regretfully, because I really appreciate what APRNs do, and I think they're usually very safe and very effective and very much needed practitioners in the state.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I came into this today almost the exact opposite of Representative Liebling. I came into this saying I'm going to vote no on this bill, and I listened to Representative Lerner and your appeal and your experience, and we heard that also in caucus. But I'm going to vote green on this bill, and I listened as intently as I could and sort out the issues, and I do wish that a few of the amendments that Representative Liebling put forward, I wish they were attached to this bill. But I tried to step back a little bit And, you know, in almost every industry, there's progress. And, you know, I think of, I don't mean to bore you with, you know, some of my experiences, but I think about years ago, we had officers that were running, you know, machinery and chips and things like that, but the technicians over the years stepped up and could do the very same thing that well-educated, you know, individuals could do. I mean, that is called progress, and in every industry we see it. And I think that this is a very good move. I think that this is where we have to go in healthcare. You know, I know how to give myself a shot. You know, I know how to do a lot of things I never did before, because there's such a thing as continuous education and continuous learning for all of us. So we have professionals that are very capable, and I think that the healthcare industry does need to morph. So I'm voting green on this bill.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think we're having this conversation before. I'm going to be voting green on this bill. But, you know, take a step back into memory lane. We've all heard from the President saying if you want to keep your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And we're seeing, you know, huge migrations out of that profession. We're having to open it up to get nurse practitioners to start joining into the fray, to start treating some of our rural folks in our rural hospitals. And that's why this debate is before us. When I've been talking to my hospital administrators about recruitment, about bringing people into the practice in our rural small towns, one of the biggest issues that they have, I have a district right along the border, right along the South Dakota border. We have a lot of small, some independent hospitals, some that are affiliated hospitals, either with maybe a Sanford or a Vera. And one of the biggest issues they're having when they're trying to recruit doctors that come into our state is that we're so close. And some of, you know, a lot of our friends and neighbors from my district will get some of their primary care down to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And those folks will move back and forth. I think the same would be for Rod, the same would be for Representative Schumacher. We've got a lot of practitioners that move back and forth across state lines. And the biggest issue that we're having, I think the same as any place along the border. And those things are taxation. When you're trying to recruit someone from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, to move to southwest Minnesota to uptake and move to one of our small towns and treat some of our good rural people, our administrators are having to increase the cost and increase those bids in order to get those people to come, not just because we're in a small town, but because of the taxes issue. 7 or 8 or even 9 point percentage of increase above and beyond what they're paying in other portions of the state in order to recruit those same people just to keep them to even think about moving to southwest Minnesota. And while I agree with Representative Dean that, you know, this is a slippery slope. You know, we've seen, you know, government get involved with health care, and we're going to have to start expanding the scope so that we can start, hey, if you want to keep your nurse practitioner, you can keep your nurse practitioner, right? And, you know, my fear is where this is going. You know, you know, as a farmer, you know, you wake up in the morning in spring and you get your digger out and you start tilling the field. And after that, then you plant the seed and you wait it to grow. But, you know, often our tax policies can have a negative effect, and I think that's part of the issues that we're having in some of our rural areas. You know, Representative McNamer over there, you know, he's got hospitals that are looking for doctors. Representative Laine, all the same. And, you know, this is maybe to help the issue, but, you know, it's much deeper than that. And, you know, I hope we keep those things moving forward. So I will be voting green. Thank you.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And today we're talking about safe access to health care. APRNs are safe, proven safe in studies time and time again around the country. We're not reinventing the wheel here today. There's 20 other states that have taken this type of action to remove those barriers. In one way, when you're talking about those greater Minnesota access to health care issues, when an APRN goes to join a facility in, say, one of those small towns, and if the doctor decides to stop that connection under current law, that person is now without a job or without income. And this is one way to stop that. And really, when you talk about we don't know what we're trying to fix, that is the situation, one of the situations we're trying to fix. 46 counties in Minnesota are only serviced by an advanced practice registered nurse in anesthesia service. So an anesthesiologist isn't even operating in the county. Remember, we're not changing the scope of practice. We're not changing the care they can provide. These are highly trained, highly educated people, masters and PhDs, and they're fantastic. Many of us bring our kids to them. I know I do. They already diagnose, prescribe, and treat. They're already trained for that. The decreasing number of healthcare providers in greater Minnesota, like where I grew up, got a small clinic in Clare City, Minnesota. When I was growing up, the clinic would be open when some years there would be a doctor living in town. Then for a couple years they wouldn't be living in town. Then another one would move in. Then they would move out. Healthcare is about collaboration, and these are professionals that know when they need to send someone to a higher level of care or to a different specialty. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 119 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Representative Lawful, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Well, none of us could serve our communities and our state without the support of our spouses, friends, and supporters. And 12 of us on this floor came here in January 2005. And we have had an amazing example of the kind of teamwork and support that can really make a difference in one of our members, Patty Fritz, and her husband, Jim. And we tend to think of Jim as the adjunct member of our class because through all the years he has been in the back of the hearing room of every hearing, of many of the hearings of those of us who serve on a committee with Patty. And late at night, if you look up in that gallery, you're going to see Jim watching us, coming down and talking with Patty, occasionally making friends with many of us on this floor. And ever since we have been elected, they started a tradition of celebrating their wedding anniversary with us in February. And this year that didn't happen because we didn't convene till late in February. But it was a really special anniversary. Jim and Patty celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. That's an amazing accomplishment and an inspiration for many of us. And so the class of 2005 would like you to join us in celebrating them with some cake in the back room and with some applause for their efforts as a wonderful model of teamwork and continuing love.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 693. Atkins, Lesch, and Cornish. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2446. Simonson, Ward, J.E., and Lomer. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2642. Atkins, Lilly, and Hoppy.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3169. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 3169 on the calendar for the day, the third engrossment, an act relating to state government.
I recognize the author, Representative Metsa from the County of St. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I appreciate your time today and consideration on this bill. Essentially what we're doing here, last year, if you remember, we passed a constitutional amendment removing the conflict of interest from legislative pay. And simply what this has is the enacting language and a title and quite a few amendments. So I will, I guess, sit and wait for some questions and for some of the amendments to move, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend House File 3169, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 296.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a few amendments here, and they have some, this one's a technical change using the word for and changing it to of. I'd ask for your support to get it in the author's shape.
Any discussion to the 296 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend House File 3169, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd actually like to withdraw this amendment. It is taken care of in a future amendment.
Representative Metsa withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend House File 3169, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 297.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I did want to point out one technical change. It refers to the first engrossment on the bill, and it should refer to the third. I was wondering if we could get that switched first.
It's incorporated.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, this is an amendment that Representative Melin brought forward, removing what she perceived as a conflict in the bill. And essentially what it does is removes the judges from being appointed. And I will stand for questions. It has a few other exclusions as well. So,
discussion to the 297 amendment. Seeing none. Oh, there's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend his amendment to House File 3169 as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This removes a few duplicated lines in the 297.
Any discussion to the amendment to the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the 297 amendment as amended, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend House File 3169, a third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 290.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, what it does is it's very important in how things look on the ballot, and we want to make sure that we're not misleading the public when it comes to this vote on the to amend our Constitution. And as we heard through the very limited committee process, in fact, this bill was pulled into rules and then went to Ways and Means and didn't go to any of the other committees, is that the importance of making sure that people actually know what they're voting for. And when you actually look at other states that have a commission in place, I could only find one state that actually reduced lawmakers' pay when they threw it to the power of a commission. And so I think it's important that people know that it is probably 99.9% certain that if they allow the commission to go through by voting for it, they will be voting for a pay increase for legislators. But on top of that, Minnesota will be an outlier with this constitutional amendment if it passes, because what we are doing is we're putting this into our Constitution. We are giving the power to this commission to set the pay for lawmakers into our Constitution, which means that we as a legislative body, if we come to a point where there is a budget crisis, we would not be able to cut our own pay. Instead, in a budget crisis situation, legislators would be paid first, above education, above health care for vulnerable citizens, above everything else that we cover in our state budget. And I think that's wrong. I think people need to know that this will actually result in legislators getting paid more at the sacrifice of other important priorities in the state of Minnesota. This does not belong in our Constitution, and they should be fully informed when they're voting on this amendment that it will result in legislators being paid before anything else within our budget situation. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask for a roll call.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And members, please vote green.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, I would actually oppose this amendment, and reason being I do believe that we take care of some of this on our own as legislators. There's nothing stopping us in our House rules from foregoing the allotted salary we currently have, and nothing in this bill that would stop legislators from doing that in the future. And we also have taken into consideration, Representative Anderson, I did listen when you were in committee with some of these concerns, and we did make sure that they take the most recent budget forecast into consideration, one of my previous amendments.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Metsa yield?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Metsa, can you name 3 states that have reduced their salary that have gone to a commission?
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, I can't name 3, but I do have here some information from the NCSL. And California, using a commission, did in fact lower their salary. And in 2011, I don't have the details on them, but as I did my research, I know that 5 other states in the NCSL report did lower their legislative salaries.
Representative Anderson.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Metsa, do you care to give us the details? Don't worry, I'll help you out. In California, they make over $120,000, and their reduction was about 5%. So if you take 5% out of $120,000, that's how much their commission decided to pay their lawmakers in the state of California. Well, we're currently at $31,140. So you can imagine if this commission decides to put up our salary at $120,000, they do it on March 31st, that's their drop-dead deadline. We finish session, though, in May. So as we're trying to figure out the budget, our pay is going to increase at the sacrifice of our schools, at the sacrifice of vulnerable adults, and a whole host of other things. So we're debating on the House floor today increasing our pay at the sacrifice of the 5%ers. You remember the folks that we said that we're going to give them a 5% increase, and that hasn't happened? I think that's wrong. I think we need to make sure that the citizens of Minnesota, when they're voting on this constitutional amendment, realize that this is going to result in an increase in pay for the lawmakers at the sacrifice of all the rest of Minnesota.
Representative Metsa. Any further discussion to the amendment? And a roll call was requested. Is that correct? It's a roll call.
I'm sorry.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 3169. As amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion. Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your time today on this, and if anyone has any other further questions, I guess I will be willing to stand for them. Other than that, I'd encourage a green vote and appreciate your support today.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is just kind of putting the cherry on the top from what I've seen in the last 2 years. It started off with a $90 million Senate office building, and then it went to an issue of making sure that lobbyists could wine and dine lawmakers. And now we're topping it off with saying that we're going to make sure that legislators get their cut of the state budget before our schools, before our vulnerable adults, before our health care workers, that we're a bigger priority than them. This is a huge disservice to Minnesotans in this state. It's wrong. And you're misleading the public when you're going to try and claim that somehow this is going to make things better. Instead, what it's going to do, it's going to jack up your pay at the sacrifice of the school children, at the sacrifice of our healthcare workers, at the sacrifice of vulnerable adults in this state. This is wrong, and it's bad policy on top of it all. Members, please vote red.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't want to miss this opportunity. I'm glad you saw me. I've been waiting a year for this one. I warned you a year ago, Representative, this was a bad bill. It's a bad constitutional amendment when you put it on a year ago, and this bill that you're running through to change the name of it makes it even worse. And I know I have a good working relationship with you, but I think on this issue we disagree. Obviously, the end of this bill will change the title that will appear on the ballot to Removing Lawmakers' Power to Set Their Own Pay. I don't want anybody to be fooled, okay? And I know that some are going to try to spin a web that this means that, somehow legislators are going to see a pay decrease if this thing passes on the ballot in 2016. I don't know of a single person that believes that. This is absolutely a pay increase for legislators. And the language in this bill does the biggest disservice to Minnesotans that I've ever seen. Because not only now did you put this on the ballot a year ago, but now you're putting a creative title on it that's going to mislead Minnesotans and pull the wool over their eyes. Why? So Democrats can give themselves a pay raise. Everybody knows that's what this bill is about. Democrats in the legislature want a pay raise. But here's the question we need to ask. After the last year and a half, do Democrats in the legislature deserve a pay raise? Let's talk about some of the things you've done. One of the largest tax increases in state history. Absolutely unnecessary. At a time when Minnesota's economy was already recovering. Republicans had turned the economy around, turned the state's budget around, and now we have a surplus thanks to the fiscal responsibility of the Republican budget of the last 2 years. But in come the Democrats with complete government control in the state of Minnesota. Republicans deliver you on a silver platter a budget surplus. $3.1 billion of surplus in the last biennium and $1.2 in the current biennium. Well, you've done a great job of spending that $1.2 already. What do? One of the largest tax increases in state history. And the evidence that Minnesota's economy and Minnesota's budget had turned around was the fact that the spending increase, and here's the dirty little secret that you don't want Minnesotans to know about. The spending increase, absolutely the largest spending increase in state history. We're up to $4.5 billion. And that's this biennium. You've already spent an additional $2 billion in the next biennium. And for the first time in state history, you're going to drive the state of Minnesota's budget over $40 billion in the general fund. You can't help yourselves. But you know what? You needed the money. Because you had to build yourselves a $90 million Senate office building across the street. But you know what? You couldn't even pay for it. I still haven't found one line in one bill anywhere or in any of those state statute books that sit in my office where you're paying for that building. So on top of the $4.5 billion of spending that you've put into effect this biennium and the $2 billion of spending next biennium on top of that, you haven't even paid the tab for that new office building. $89.5 million. I forgot that the House Rules Committee passed a really reasonable compromise They scaled it back to $89.5 million instead of $90 million. Increased the square footage of the building and deleted the public parking ramp next door. It's a good thing Minnesotans won't have a place to park down here, because they might never find out the damage you've done to them. You've kicked 280,000 Minnesotans off their health insurance. 280,000 Minnesotans you've kicked off their health insurance. You've increased property taxes, and you've decreased opportunities for Minnesotans who are looking for a better opportunity to improve their family. The underemployment rate in Minnesota is at its highest rate since the state has tracked that statistic. Over 52% of Minnesotans are underemployed, meaning they're working at a job at a lower skill level or at a lower pay rate than what they're accustomed to. Minnesota families haven't seen a budget surplus. And rather than send that money back to them where it's needed, you can't spend it fast enough. And on top of it all, you want to give yourselves a pay increase. A pay increase. So when you go back to your districts, that's the question I want you to ask. Because I don't think there's a Minnesotan anywhere that agrees with you that after the record that you've put in place over the last year and a half, that you deserve a pay raise. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And unfortunately, you know what you're doing. You know how bad this bill really is. Because a year ago, when you put this constitutional amendment on the ballot to give yourselves a pay raise, you didn't put it on this year. You put it on the ballot in 2016. You're so afraid of this policy, you're so afraid to run with this policy, that you're trying to run from it. And I hope that Minnesotans haven't completely tuned out. I hope you haven't worn them down after all the damage you've done over the last year and a half. And I hope there's just a little chance that somebody's paying attention today at home and watching this. Because on top of that $90 million Senate office building that you're building yourselves across the street, today you're going to pull the wool over their eyes on a pay increase for yourselves. And I'm going to tell you today, and what you're going to learn over the summer, is that the very resounding answer to the question that I asked, do Democrats in St. Paul deserve a pay raise? The resounding answer is absolutely not.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Representative Dowd, I appreciate you acknowledging we do have a good working relationship. I appreciate that, and I think, over the many years here, we need to get back to that. It's why we brought this amendment forward, which removes a conflict of interest that divides our parties. And the promises we made, we kept. And I'm proud as heck to be going home with the education policy that we passed, with a lot of the good things we've done in property tax relief. However, I will let our next speaker address those issues, and I will close with members, please give me a green vote on the bill. I appreciate you taking time to debate this, and we've only got a little time left here this year. We'll talk to you soon.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Metsa, thank you very much for bringing this forward and for making sure that legislators are no longer responsible for setting their own pay. I agree with you. It is a conflict of interest for this body. And I think that I've heard members for many years wanting to take that out of the Constitution and giving it to a council a professional counsel that can do that work, raise it, lower it, but the fundamental issue here before us is whether or not we should be able to raise our own pay as legislators. We had this debate in the Rules Committee. Representative Doubt was good to remind us that legislators have not raised their own pay, and we don't want to do that. We think a professional counsel should do that, and that's why I hope you're going to support Representative Metsa's bill today. But let me say something else, because you know, I got irritated in the Rules Committee, and I'm feeling that same irritation right now. And my grandmother would say malarkey. She would use the word malarkey because it's a kinder word than maybe another word that I could use to describe the description of what I just heard about what this piece of legislation is and our intentions. You know, in 2011, the Republicans came into the majority, and they balanced the budget after the longest state government shutdown in history. They did it by borrowing from schools and borrowing from the tobacco appropriation. And you are still taking credit for that budget. You tried to sell it to Minnesotans in the last election in 2012, and you couldn't sell it to them. They didn't believe it. They understood that the budget wasn't really balanced, that there was another deficit. They didn't like that you borrowed from the schools. They didn't like that you borrowed for current operating expenses. They rejected it. So go ahead if you'd like and continue to take credit for that rejected budget. But Minnesotans said, we want a different course in 2012. They said, we want people to come into the legislature that are going to do the work and solve the problems of Minnesotans. They wanted us to balance the budget, and they wanted us to do it honestly and to focus on our future. And you know what? We did in the last budget. And we are a problem-solving, optimistic caucus walking into a Minnesota that is feeling the economic recovery, a Minnesota that's going back to work. We've created more jobs in Minnesota than most states in the last couple of years. The economy is recovering. People are feeling it. We need to, there you go, taking credit again. I want to give credit to Minnesotans for that, for their hard work. It's their hard work that's growing this economy. It is. But they said to us in the last election, balance your budget and get your house in order. We did that. And guess what? There's a surplus. They said, invest in education. And you know what? We did that. And they said, we're tired of the property tax increases that are happening because of your intransigent, no new tax policy. So we did that too. We decreased property taxes. We are going to go back out to Minnesotans and talk about what we accomplished. But we're going to do it with optimism. Optimism and not pessimism. And when I listen to the speech that you just gave, what I hear is a real sense of cynicism. And when I think about we the people and the work that we're here to do to represent the interests of Minnesotans, I am filled with optimism and hope and joy. And I will not go back out to Minnesotans and say with a cynical voice that someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I won't do that, and they're not going to buy it. They're not going to buy it. They understand what's happening here. They are smart. They get the conflict of interest. They don't raise their own pay. We shouldn't raise our own pay. We're taking it out of our hands. And if you want to try and describe that as something other than what it is, you go ahead. But that's what separates the people from their government, that kind of cynicism. And I don't think we should do it. I don't. And I won't. And I don't think we will either. We've got a great story to tell, and we're going to tell it. And this is just one more part. So, Representative Metsa, thank you very much. Thank you for making us stand straight with the people of Minnesota and taking this out of our hands. It shouldn't be in our hands. I hope you'll vote green. And I hope that you will join me in talking about the good that's happening in Minnesota, across the state of Minnesota, not because of everything that we're doing, but because what we're doing with the people of Minnesota. Please vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 63 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report. This is the Melin Conference Committee on House File 2576, an act relating to criminal justice. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 2576, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all three conferees on part of the House and all three conferees on the part of the Senate. Melin moves that the report of the Conference Committee in House File 2576 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
I recognize the author, Representative Melin, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I move that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 2576 be adopted and be repassed as amended by Conference Committee. Members, this is the expungement bill that we heard a couple weeks back. First of all, I'd like to thank my conferees, Representative Hillstrom, Representative Cornish, for the work that went into putting together a Conference Committee report to bring back to the body here today. Members, Section 1 and 2 of the report is regarding classification of data, and the Senate accepted these, the House sections, which were requested by the Department of Human Services. Some changes were made in Conference Committee that were also requested by the Department to tighten up the language, but no substantive changes. Section 3, juvenile records expungement, the Senate accepted the House position. Section 4, business screening service, deletion of expunged records. The language out of both bodies was the same, but the House took the Senate effective date of not listed August 14th rather than the January 1st, 2015. Section 5, housing court expungements. Advocates, legal aid, and the Minnesota Multi-Housing Association agreed on the more specific language of the Senate bill with a clarification that doesn't limit inherent authority expungement. Section 6, dealing with the statutory expungement, the Senate accepted a shorter list of eligible felonies that came from the House language, and the House agreed to put back in two that we had removed. The Senate accepted the House language exempting misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, domestic violence, and sexual assault with the sunset provision of July 15th. This was the language that had been supported by the battered women's advocates and the MnCASA, and the Senate agreed to take our language. Members, on the time it takes to be able to expunge a record after completion of a sentence, the House essentially adopted the Senate language, which is the same language that had come out of the expungement working group that had met over the interim, and the language that had been accepted by all parties, which was 1 year stay of adjudication diversion, 2 years for petty misdemeanor and misdemeanor, 4 years for gross misdemeanor, and 5 years for the felonies that are listed in the bill. Section 7, the sealing of records without a petition, the language was same in both bills, but the Senate accepted the House effective date. Section 8, filing fee, the same language, but the effective date of January 1st, 2015 was added in conference. Section 9, this section is an amendment made in Conference Committee at request by the Department of Human Services to clarify that they can submit private information they may hold on someone to the court when responding to a petition for expungement, and notifies the petitioner that they may request that information be sealed. Section 10, nature of the remedy standard, the Senate accepted the House language, except for the language requiring the BCA to disclose the existence of an expunged record but not its contents. The BCA thought this language was unworkable and would result in people being disqualified who otherwise wouldn't be, even if their record were available. The Senate also adopted the House language supported by the business community, specifically the Minnesota Chamber, providing protection from liability based on an expunged record for employers and landlords. Section 7, the Senate accepted House language adding full restoration to prior status for victims of crime when their record directly related to victimization is expunged. Again, this language came to us by the Battered Women's Coalition, and the Senate adopted the House language. Section 7, the Senate adopted the House position maintaining current law regarding limitations on expungement orders, access for records that have been sealed prior to enactment. Section 13, the limitations of the order, the Senate accepted House effective date and provision making this effective only for records expunged after enactment, as well as most of the other language. Some clarifying changes were made at the request of the Minnesota County Attorneys Association regarding access to expunged records, and the House provision requiring an ex parte order for access to records when someone was acquitted or charges were dismissed was cleaned up by input from the BCA or county attorneys, but has the same effect as when it left the House. The House accepted a Senate provision allowing expunged records to be opened for teaching licensure. Section 14 requires agencies ordered to seal records to notify the petitioner of the sealing. This was the same language. An amendment was made requiring the petitioner to provide an address for that notice. And finally, members, Section 15, remedy. The House accepted a Senate provision providing for civil remedy under Section 13.08 when a government entity knowingly or openly exchanges an expunged record unlawfully. It was agreed that the appropriation would be addressed ongoing in the Omnibus Supplemental Appropriations Bill. Members, that outlines the Conference Committee report, and I would ask for your support in adoption.
Discussion to the Conference Committee report. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Madam Speaker and members, I was on the conference report with Representative Melin, and we worked together. Naturally, judging by the vote that went out of here, we probably would have written it different. But Representative Melin did a good job representing the House position, and a few things we lost, but I think we gained more. I signed the report, and I support the Conference Committee report, and thank you for working together with us, especially on the crimes that we kept out of the expungement proceeding, and do encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, this really was an accurate reflection of the bipartisan working group that took place. I want to make sure that everyone who participated in all of the study groups actually know that your work was really appreciated, and we ended up with a really great bill. So thank you, Representative Melin.
Seeing no further discussion on the adoption motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 2576, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 84 ayes and 48 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. If there is no objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate. Hearing no objection, the messages will be received.
Message from the Senate. This is the Breinart. motion, Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2092, an act relating to motor vehicles. Reinhardt moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to 2092 and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Member from Blue Earth, Representative Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that is my motion. House File 2092 relates to the motorcycle plates for combat wounded vets. The Senate added a few provisions, and we just need a brief conversation over that. So, thank you.
Representative Reinhardt moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is a Swatsky motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment's concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2214, an act relating to transportation. Swatsky moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2214, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was the bill from the Department of Transportation, a housekeeping bill, and after receiving it from the Senate, we have some things that we need to discuss and talk about, so I'd like the body to send this back to a conference committee.
All those in... Representative Cornish.
Madam Speaker and members, and Representative Swatsky, I support your motion to not concur, and there are a few real untidy things that were in the bill that weren't heard in any of the committees that they were supposed to be here, and I would highly encourage you not to accept those, and I would support your motion to refuse to concur. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee in House File 2092. Reinhardt, Earhart, and Cornish. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2214. Swatsky, Sundin, and Hornstein.
Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for Monday, May 12, 2014. Senate file numbers 1722, 2422, House file numbers 2167, 2491, and 2031.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we will take action on those motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. Announcements. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I do have one announcement, and that is that the Rules Committee will convene again immediately after session. So exciting. And in room 118, that room that we meet in all the time. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m., Friday, May 9th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourn, it adjourn until 10 o'clock a.m., Friday, May 9th, 2014. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Sanders? Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick announcement to Republican members. We will caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a great evening.
Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, May 9th, 2014.